Right, all right. Let's go and double check. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to RPK, the original Resurrection, Prophecy, and Kingdom. Now, man, we're gonna talk a little prophecy and things today. Now, I mean, group discussion. I mean, we got a couple intelligent individuals on the line today. A couple people with questions, a couple people with answers, a couple people with perspectives, a couple people just to be a couple people. You know. All right. So, first, we're gonna start it off, man. Let everybody introduce themselves. When you see yourself, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Daryl, and I like to read books, particularly um, Judean history books, which is basically the Bible, and a couple other books. And that's what I'll be presenting today, and answering some questions with what I've read and my perspective, and that's it. And I'm a full preterist, and that's it.
Yo, shalom, 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 family. Brother Joe Adams here. As you can see, RPK Torah only affiliate. Hey, I'm here with these brothers. We ready to get it in, get some questions answered, get some perspectives looked at, keep this live interesting, and hopefully everybody gets involved. And I mean you in the audience, man. So praise y'all, man. Let's elevate them.
Shalom, shalom. I hope everyone's having a fantastic night. This is Brother Elvin Israel, one of the instructors of RPK, as well as the main instructor of AOSD, CHANDLER, stands for Assembly of Sound Doctrine Chandler. I'm excited to have this conversation about fulfillment, taking it from the view of Torah as well as the whole entire canonical Bible, as well as some historical information. So I'm just excited as you guys are, and I say let's get ready to get this information flowing.
And this is right here. This is Brother Demetrius, RPK main man. Now, I mean, one of the most powerful men that we know. Now, I mean, with biblical understanding, that's a fact. Know what I mean, and then real quick, I'm Brother Boss. I mean, I'm just here to back everybody up with logic, scripture, and perspective. Now let's go. So where you want to start at, guys?
The questions that was given in the group.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, are we missing some people? What happened with
Yeah, they might have got kicked out. They'll be back.
All right.
You know, if their internet is down or don't have that that good connection, they get out a little bit. So let me go to one of the questions that we had in here. One of the questions was, now let's do this for a person. Let's go right to the one, 1 Peter 3:19, right? Basically, let's just address that one, get that one out the way, because the young man is not on. He said he wouldn't be able to get on, but he's going to watch it. And he just really want that answer. When he gets off work, he's going to go back and watch the video. So let's start with 1 Peter 3:19. Let me make sure. Let me make sure what he wanted to know exactly, exclusively about that. He wanted to know how we would what was our exegete, how we would exegete that passage. Period, point blank. That's how we would exegete that passage.
You want to read? You want to read it?
Sure. Give me 1 second. I gotta pull it up.
I'll share my screen and we'll read it.
All right, cool. Let's do that.
Okay. All right. 1 Peter 3:19. By whom also he went and preached to the spirits in prison, who formerly were disobedient when once the divine long suffering waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is, 8 souls, were saved through water. So, let me start up here. For Christ also suffered once for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive by the Spirit, by whom also he went and preached to the spirits in prison. So I think this is talking about when he when he was crucified, and after he rose, that he went, he was made alive by the Spirit, and that he went to preach as a spirit. He went to preach to spirits in prison. So this could have probably been the Jews who were imprisoned by the Christians who were imprisoned by the Jews when they was in prisons, like who was it? Who was it that was in prison, and someone appeared to him and broke him out of prison? I don't remember what. I think it was Paul. If you guys know who I'm
It,
talking
Yeah, it was Paul.
about. It
yeah,
was,
it was Paul.
Yeah.
or this could either be a reference to like spirits in Gehenna, where, well, no, I say that this might be talking about when the Jews locked up the Jews locked up the Christians and put them into prison, and a spirit came and spoke to them while he was in prison. But that's my understanding of it. But I'm gonna let Elvin go because I know he has a view on it.
You're probably
All
having
right,
trouble.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, bet. Okay, so I'm on screen sharing right now.
No, yeah, you screen share.
Okay, then. So First Peter 3 in 19, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm just gonna piggyback off of what Brother Darrell was saying, because he pretty much said it just in different words. We got to understand that, first of all, we got in the Bible, we always have natural occurrences, and we got spiritual occurrences, and they use the natural to explain the spiritual, so it could be a twofold. But what Peter is doing, we got to understand that the prophets and the Torah and the Psalms, that's all that the apostles had to look at. So when they were looking at the life that Christ lived, they're looking at it through the lens of the Torah and the Tanakh and the Psalms. So that's the only thing that they got. So when Peter is quoting right here, right, it says 18 and 19, for Christ also had once suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit, by which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prisons, which sometimes were disobedient, when once the long suffering of God waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was a preparing, wherein few, that is, 8 souls, were saved by water. The light figure weren't to us even baptism do. So in other words, he's trying to make a comparison on how when Noah, when the flood was getting ready to occur, Noah was still out preaching to his his countrymen. He was still trying to preach the good news or the regeneration to his countrymen. They all just did not listen to him. They did not adhere to him. So what he's doing right now, he's making a comparison to those people that's in bondage. They're in that spiritual bondage. So what he's piggybacking off of is Isaiah. So let's just go to Isaiah real fast so I can bring this all the way around. Blah, blah, blah. Let me see here. There you go. Isaiah 42 and 6 and 7. I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles. So you see that there was a promise that an individual was going to be a covenant for a group of people. And it tells you right here, as they use in Hebrew parallelism, it tells you a light of the Gentiles. So now, verse 7, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. So you have here in Peter, let's go back to Peter, 1 Peter 3:19. Peter says, by which also he went and preached unto the spirits in prison. So Isaiah let it be known, because Peter, once again, under the Roman Empire, more of the Hellenized Jew way of speaking, he's quoting from Isaiah 42:7 to open up the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison. So instead of saying prisoners, Peter said spirits. Still the same exact information, they just said it different ways. And Isaiah let it be known that these people are in prison because they sit in darkness. So they are in darkness, right? Darkness was a representation of death. It was a representation of not having the wisdom of God, not having the glory of Christ being shined upon them, and them they resonate in that glory amongst the society that they lived in. So when he was saying that Christ preached to the spirits that was in prison, he's talking to those people that was in prison under death, those people that was in prison under sin. So that's all he's saying. He's just quoting from Isaiah, but twofold. It could be taken a spiritual way too, because we know that he had to talk to some spirits in the other realm also in order to subdue all things in heaven, in earth, and under him. So that had to occur too. But what he's doing right here, he's just quoting from Isaiah and let it be known that this is the Christ that was prophesied. He did the same thing for John the Baptist's disciples, pretty much quoted from the same exact source in Isaiah. He said, don't you see that the blind see and the deaf hear and all that stuff too? So he's pretty much doing the same thing again. Peter's just doing it. So that's my take.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of like sum it all up, just from a single perspective. It's just basically saying the people that received the Holy Spirit, or the people that believed in the message that Christ was bringing at that moment, he went to go teach to them and free them from the old covenant, and so they can get into the new covenant, so to speak. You know what I mean? That's kind of like a quick way to sum it up. And then to piggyback again off of what the brothers are saying, sin, darkness, sin, death. We all know that correlate with the Mosaic covenant and stuff like that. So when he wants to release you from prison, I mean, you do the math. That's all. All right, so let's go to the next one. Hopefully that did it for the brother that wanted to, know that how we were exegeted. So let's go to another question out here that someone had. Where was it? Here.
What was the brother's exact question? Because
how will we
exegete?
How will we exegete 1 Peter 3:19?
Oh, okay.
All right, so what are the 4 horsemen, and have they been fulfilled? That's a question. Somebody who wants it? Anybody?
Bro, I'll let Brother Eric get it first.
All right, I'm gonna just spin my my web. All right, so summary of what the 4 horsemen is. It's basically the powers that the Father uses to judge nations, and particularly Jerusalem. And I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I don't have a lot on them, but I have fulfillment on them, partial fulfillment on horsemen. I have an example of the horsemen in work, basically. But I'm gonna pull up. Is my screen sharing? Or I'm gonna pull up. Where did I write it? It's Revelation 6. My screen sharing.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay.
your screen's being shared.
Revelation 6, 1 through 8. And when I saw the Lamb open one of the seals, and I heard, as it were, noise of thunder, and one of the four beasts saying, "Come and see." And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, "Come and see." And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat on thereon to take peace from the earth, which I say this is a mistranslation. This should say land, but I'm gonna get into that later, hopefully later. And that they should kill one another. And there was given unto him a great sword. And when he had opened, so the second beast was the second horse was war, the red horse. You see, they got him up here. And when he had opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, "Come and see." And I beheld, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. You know, and I heard the voice in the midst of the four beasts say, "A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny." I'm gonna talk about this, but basically, it's famine. It's inflation of food. Food starts to cost too much or food is running out. So that's why they call it famine. And see, you hurt not the oil and the wine. Um, I might have a historical source for that as well. And when he opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, "Come and see." And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name was Death. So, people dying. And hell followed after him, and power was given unto him over the fourth part of the land to kill with sword and with hunger and with death and with the beasts of the land. So this is people dying, basically. So the four horsemen is the powers the Father uses to uh, to punish a certain nation. Now I'm going to bring up an Old Testament parallel text to this, which is Zechariah 6, 1 through 8, and you'll see what I mean. And I turned and lifted up mine eyes. So this is Zechariah, and behold, there came four chariots, so four, out from between two mountains. The mountains were mountains of brass. This should be bronze. Um, if I'll touch on that one day, I will. But and the first chariot were red horses. So this is the red horses that you see in Revelation. And then the second chariot, black horses. So this is the black horses that you also see in Revelation. And then the third chariot, white horses. This is the white horse that you see in Revelation. And then the fourth chariot, grizzled and bay horses. Now, um, grizzled and bay the grizzled and bay horses would be what they call the green horses and the green horse in Revelation. The grizzled is means spotted, and bay means, let me see. Grizzled means spotted or marked, and bay means let me see. Uh, piebald, which I don't know what color piebald is, but uh generally speaking, these are the four horsemen of Revelation, just mentioned in the Old Testament. And what was it? Then I answered and said unto the angel that talked with me, "What are these?" So Zechariah asks this angel, "What are these four horses?" And the angel answered and said unto me, "These are the four spirits of the heavens, which go forth from standing before the Lord of all the land. The black horses which therein go forth into the north country, the white go forth after them, and the grizzled and bay go towards the south country. And the bay went forth and sought to go that they might walk to and fro through the land. And he said, get you hence, walk to and fro through the land. So they walked to and fro through the earth, through the land. Then cried he upon me and spake unto me, saying, behold, these that go towards the north country have quieted my spirit in the north country. And that's really the end of the mention of these four horses. But basically, these four horses are spiritual creatures, spirits of the heavens is what they're called, and these are used to punish nations with famine and death and hell, which is Hades, in the scriptures. Now, I'm gonna show y'all one time where I only found, well, uh, it's a source, Flavius Josephus, Wars of the Jews. So Flavius Josephus, if you don't know who he is, I'm gonna briefly talk about him. He wrote a couple books. One of his books is Wars of the Jews. He was a first century Jew who lived during the time when Jerusalem was destroyed by the Romans. He was born in 37 AD and died in 100 AD. So this was a real Jew. He was born near the time of Jesus, yada, yada, yada. So you go read his book. Hold up, actually, I'm going to pull it up on Google because Google is uh, not Google, Microsoft Edge. I don't like Microsoft Edge. So I have actually, and also I have pictures of the text, but so wheat. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna show you guys what I mean. Revelation 6. We're gonna go back to Revelation 6, and one of the four horsemen was famine, right? And when he opened the third seal, I heard the third beast say, come and see. And I beheld, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard the voice in the midst of the four beasts say, a measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. See not you hurt the oil and the wine. Now, if you go and read full predators, what we say is that Revelation was fulfilled in the Roman Judean War in 70 AD, somewhere around that time. So if you go to Flavius Josephus, who wrote about the war, he was a Jew who wrote about the war in 70 AD. You go and read what he says went on. If we're saying that Revelation is a fulfillment of the war of the Romans and against Jerusalem was a fulfillment of Revelation, then we should be able to see some of Revelation inside of what Josephus wrote, because he wrote about the history of what went on. So you go and read Josephus. I'm gonna quote the source: Josephus, Wars of the Jews, book 5, chapter 15, verse 6, which is that verse 6 or is that verse 2? No, verse 2. I might have wrote the wrong source, but you go read it. He says it was a famine going on in Jerusalem at the time. Famine, which is like in Revelation, and what the people were doing. You'll read it right here, and I'll start here. The indication they made use of whatever they had, any or not, was nor did they think it proper to kill such as these, because they saw that they will very soon die of hunger for want of food. So basically, the people in Jerusalem, the Jews, they were dying from starvation. They was eating using anything to try to get food. And you'll go. He says what they were doing. Many there were indeed who sold what they had for 1 measure. It was a wheat. So people were selling anything that they had just for 1 measure of wheat. If they were the richer sort, but of barley if they were poor. So the poor people were selling anything that they had for the wait, let me see. The poor, I'm sorry. No, the richer people were selling anything that they had for 1 measure of wheat. But the poor people were selling anything that they had for he doesn't say 1 measure of barley, he says just barley in general. And this was because of the famine that was going on inside of Jerusalem. Now you go and read Revelation, where it talks about the one of the horses being famine. It says a measure of wheat for a penny, you see, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. And then That's what I'm saying. What Josephus and what he wrote, what he recorded, I'm saying that's the fulfillment of the famine horse that was when when Flavius Josephus recorded what was going on and what the people were doing with their money and with what they had because of the famine. They sold everything that they had for one measure of wheat and one measure of barley, and a couple measures of barley, just like Revelation said that that they would. And then you go into there's one more source I'll bring up, and then I'm gonna leave the floor. I have the pictures of the text. Let me see. Wait, do I have the pictures in the text? Give me a minute. Talks about the former horse and Josephus Wars and Josephus. Oh wait, no, I had missed. Okay, that was the wrong source. It's the source for this is Josephus the Wars of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 10, and Paragraph 2. So this is this paragraph, and then now the next source I'm gonna bring up is Josephus Wars of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 13, Paragraph 6, which let me see. What was this? Was the hurt, not the oil, and the wine part of Revelation 9. So, um, you Google wine inside of Josephus's book. You word search wine. You'll see what happened to the wine and the oil inside of when this whole Judean war was going on. Let me see. Look, all right. So here. Wait, no, this is actually a different source, but I'm gonna read it for you. As for the furniture within the fortress, it was still more wonderful on account of its splendor and long continuance. For here it was laid up corn in large quantities, and such as would subsist men for a long time. Here was also wine and oil in abundance, with all kinds of pulse and dates heaped up together, all which Eleazar found there when he and his Sicarii got possession of the fortress by treachery. So what ended up happening was during during at the very end of the war, through all the famine that that the Jews were dealing with throughout the whole war. I mean, throughout the war, at the very end of the war, Eleazar, who was a Jew, he was a rebellious. He was a Sicarii, which were like Jews who went around killing other Jews. Eleazar found a fortress that had an abundance of wine and oil. So when you see in Revelation where it says, "Hurt not the oil and the wine," even though these people were going through famine, selling what they had for wheat and barley, everything that they had for pennies on the drachma. At the very end of the war, there was oil and wine found in abundance. So you see, this is the fulfillment, and seeing you hurt not the oil and the wine, basically, is and this is and yeah. So this is why I say the four horsemen is, and the partial fulfillment of the four horsemen that I can pull up in a historical document, which is Flavius Josephus's work, and then you see death, the kill with the sword and hunger, and with death, this was what happened in Jerusalem. People were killed by the sword. They were killed by the Romans. The zealots were killing the Jews. And people were just killing each other. Hunger, which was famine. The Jews got so hungry that they exploded. Their bowels exploded because of if you ever get to a certain degree of hungriness, your stomach will swell up and explode. And with death, people died. And with the beasts of the land, I didn't really find any mentions of the actual animals attacking the Jews in the first century, but I don't know if it probably happened, but it probably did happen. The second seal was to take peace from the land, Jerusalem. Peace was taken from the land, and people just started to kill one another and destroy one another. You can read that all in Josephus's work. But yeah, that's what I have to that's all I gotta say for now about what is the four horsemen and what is a little bit of the fulfillment of what the four horsemen are. And that's I'll yield up whatever my time. Sorry if I took too long.
All right, and then I want to piggyback off of what Brother Darrell was saying. He was given the historical. He gave some biblical sources as well as some historical sources of the last fulfillment on the prophesied four horsemen. So now what I want to do is I want to go into a little bit more of the background of the four horsemen. We got to understand John the Revelator. He was talking about Christ. So it's the revelation of Christ. And everything that Christ dealt with. So that's what the revelation is supposed to be about.
Mm-hmm.
And it was throughout historical history, right? The history of the church. They did not want to include the book of Revelation inside of the canon because they felt that it plagiarized the Old Testament so much. And they said, since it seems like it's not really a new book on its own, it's just a plagiarism of the Old Testament. We don't really want it in there. So I think around 13, maybe, I can't remember around which century they let it be in. They added it. But I said all of that now to give you a background for us to understand that when Christ was giving John this revelation, just one revelation, he's actually using the Torah and the Tanakh to give the revelation to John. I mean, to John, to let him explain to John his role throughout the Torah and the Tanakh. So he's explaining his role in the things that he was in charge of and the things that went around his under his authority. So we're gonna do as the brother was in Zechariah 6. I'm gonna read 6 and 5, but I'm gonna read it through the from the Septuagint first, so we can get a different. It's pretty much the same rendering, but I want everyone to get eyes on it exactly how it's read, how it's spoken. So is my screen sharing? Because I see me personally. I don't see my screen.
He has to. Okay, it's up. It's up now.
Okay, then. So now on Zechariah 6 and 5, it says, "And the angel that talked with me answered and said, These are the four winds of heaven, and they are going forth to stand before the Lord of all the earth." So now, this is very important to understand that these four horsemen, they are the four winds of heaven. So when you see in, let's say, Daniel 7, you have Daniel 7 and 2. I Daniel beheld, and lo, the four winds of heaven blew violently upon the great sea. So now you can see that this isn't actually representing real wind, but it's in idiomatic form for something else. So you got the four winds. Don't forget, the four winds represent the four horsemen. So when you get into Matthew 24, sorry, let me get back to the KJV. You get in Matthew 24 and 31. "And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other." You go into Revelation chapter 7. "And after these things I saw four angels standing on the four corners of the earth, holding the four winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree." So now you see that this all represents different ways to say the four horsemen. So now the way to find out exactly how the first century Jews and Greeks or whoever would have viewed these four horsemen, it's not like we view them today, wanting them to be some type of real horses that's going to come from the pits of hell and destroy things. So I gotta yeah, because I know it gets a little off sometimes, but this is what the four horsemen actually represented. It's all in the language. "I saw and behold a white horse. He had a bow." 6:4. "The red horse he had a great sword. 5, the black horse, pair of balances, which your brother already told you, that represents famine. 8, well, you can go to 7. Well, which one was that? 7. The 4th horse, the pale horse or the green horse, death and hell. He had power to kill with a sword, with hunger, with death, and with the beast of the earth. So now, what is they talking about here? Well, once you know these are the characteristics of the 4 horsemen. But where are they getting this from? This is actually coming from the Song of Moses.
Mm.
This is Deuteronomy 32, I believe. Let me get to Deuteronomy 32. And we're going to go down to 23. I'm just going to show you a couple. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend mine arrows upon them. Don't forget, y'all, this is the Song of Moses right here. So now, guess what happened? The first white horse, what did he have? He had a bow in his hand. So now you have here in Deuteronomy 32, he's telling that he's going to spend his arrows upon them. Okay, so what else did you have in Revelation? Let's go back to Revelation. You go to Revelation chapter 6 again. Notice what it has for this pale horse. He has the power to kill with a sword, with hunger, with death, and with the beast of the earth. You go back to Deuteronomy 32, dealing with the Song of Moses. You go down to verse 24. Look what it has right here. They shall be burnt with hunger, burnt with heat, bitter destructions. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust, the sword without, the terror within. So you can actually see right here that those 4 horsemen, they're actually the embodiment of the judgment that comes from the Song of Moses. So whenever you read anything about the 4 winds of heaven or the 4 horsemen, you can automatically understand that this is the judgment that came upon the wicked people for their unrighteousness, for breaking Torah. So the 4 horsemen is just another allegory for the Song of Moses coming upon a nation. So now I'm here to tell you that this isn't the first time the 4 horsemen had came upon Israel. Let me give you an example right here. We're going to go to Ezekiel 14.
This man killing it. Shoot.
Ezekiel 14, and I appreciate that, my brother. We're going to go to Ezekiel 14 and 21. It says, "For thus said the Lord God, how much more will I send my 4 sore judgment upon Jerusalem? The sword, the famine, the noisome beast," there go your beast right there, "and the pestilence, to cut off man from it, and beast." So you can see each time a judgment came upon Jerusalem, that was the 4 horsemen coming upon Jerusalem. So there's no only one time at the end of the world that 4 beasts is gonna, or 4 horsemen is gonna come and wipe everybody out. No, each time Jerusalem went through the judgment because of their unrighteousness and the Song of Moses came upon them, that was symbolic to the 4 horsemen coming upon them and wiping them out for the judgment. So that 4 horsemen, if you ask me when has it been fulfilled, it was fulfilled every time Jerusalem went into captivity.
Facts. I was just about to say that.
That was real good. I like that. I'm adding that to my arsenal.
So what I was going to say is, right, because I was I'm fresh with the 4 horsemen, right? So I've been reading it today, trying to like look through it and stuff like that. So when I was looking at it, I was thinking of was it symbolizing the basically the 4 beasts and stuff like that, right? That's the way I was looking at when I read it. So I'm never far off. So I was absolutely correct, right? Because it's basically something that happened every single time they went into captivity, which is synonymous with those incidents, basically. So I wasn't too far off then, right? I just did a quick deep dive in it and just read 1, 2, and 3 from Zechariah, and that's what I came up with from when I did that. So yeah, yeah.
They I got something. They aren't specifically the four beasts. It's the power that
It's
God.
the
It's the
powers, the
powers that
judgments,
God used to judge. Is that's what they are. His
judgments.
powers
Yeah,
that He
they
uses
went
to judge Jerusalem.
the Song of Moses, basically,
Yeah,
as he
that
gets
Song of Moses.
struck down.
I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah,
add that.
that was a
That
murder
was
weapon,
nice.
right? Yeah,
That
that
was
was definitely
nice.
a murder weapon.
That
Yeah, no
four
doubt.
that would use my four judgments. That four sword judgment. Yeah, that's what
That
I'm.
was a murder weapon.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what tied it all in. Like universally, even though I
See,
got it from this that one, like the brother pointed me in the direction to read 1, 2, and 3, and that's what I kind of got from it, just reading it. Like the once I read it too. So well, I really read up to 5. I never stopped reading. Like
so
I just stopped at 5. But
we're
yeah,
not pulling
but
we're not pulling stuff out of our behinds. Like we use the Bible to prove the Bible. And we have historical sources to show you the proof.
speaking of that, sorry. Speaking of that, somebody asked,
Uh,
did Isaiah 2, 2 through 4, has that been fulfilled? And
Well, yeah,
if so, could you show us where in scripture or within historical research? Either or, they take it either way. I'm not mad at this person.
I definitely will. But can we do that after we get done with all the questions that we have in the chat?
add that to the
Sure,
questions in the
sure,
chat.
sure.
Put that as
Sure,
number 6.
I'm gonna add that. So whoever's watching, we got you. We just got a couple more questions to go through from the chat that
This
we're
brother,
in.
this brother Joe, he got kicked out, so he's writing it on Facebook.
Oh,
Is
that's Joe. Tell Joe to get back up in here, man.
what did he ask? Is I'm putting it in there right
Because
now.
I think this is his question too. I think this is Brother Joe's question anyway.
Okay,
Hold on,
then
let me see.
Isaiah 2, 2 through 4. Has it been fulfilled? And
2 through 4,
uh,
has it been fulfilled, and what historical?
I can show him. I show him that in the Bible in a second. I can show him that in the
Okay.
Bible.
I don't think I can show him that in the historical. Like I haven't got the answers to everything, man. I'm honest. If I
Well,
don't know,
that one that he's talking about, it actually happened in the days of Christ, so we can find that in the New
oh,
Testament.
okay.
But what's the next question, boss?
All right, so when was the second coming supposed to occur according to scripture, and has it been fulfilled? Now this one is an easy one, but go ahead. Anyway.
I don't even need to say nothing, brother. There, I'm gonna let you have that whole question by
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah. Just you.
I,
It's
re-
all you.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
ain't
All
gonna say
you.
that.
I kind of
All
feel
you.
bad. I kind of feel bad because this, I wrote the questions, but it's a good.
Oh
These,
my bad. I can do it if you want me
no,
to.
no. I mean, like it's kind of rigged. You know what I mean? Because but these are questions that people would ask us. I was trying to think in the way that they see that they see that they see it. Like if we tell them all prophecies been fulfilled, and then they ask us questions, that would be one of the questions that they ask. Like when was Jesus supposed to return, and has it been fulfilled? You know, but I got like 30, 40 sources of what so I'm gonna get into them, but I'm not gonna get into all of them because we're not gonna be here all day.
Yeah, man. Just hit him with like 2 or 3.
All right, I'm gonna share my screen so that y'all know I'm not making stuff up. Let me go to Google. All right. Uh
Your screen is showing too, sir.
yeah, okay. Let me see. What number question is that? Because I wrote these questions by that's number that's question 3. Okay, so I'm gonna first start off with uh, Matthew 24 and 14. I'm gonna get to that one. Yeah, Matthew 24. 14. So this is, I'm showing you a fulfillment of certain fulfillment of prophecy when the end is supposed to occur, when it's said it's supposed to, when the end of the age or the end is supposed to have come, and then fulfillment of prophecy. So Jesus goes on to say he's giving the Olivet discourse. He's talking to the disciples, and he says, "But the one who endures to the end is the one who will be saved." And then he says, "This gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then shall the end come." Now, um, yeah, that begs the question: was a
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm talking to my
oh,
son.
okay. Um, so the gospel had to be preached into the whole world before the end came. Jesus said that. So people would go see the gospel wasn't preached into the whole world because it wasn't preached into America. It wasn't preached. America wasn't founded at the time. Stuff like that. But you got to understand the Jews had a different version, a different view on what the whole world was. The whole world to them was the Roman Empire at the time, and you will see that this gospel being preached into the whole world is actually fulfilled in the Bible itself. And you go, and I'm gonna pull up the verses to show you that that specific thing has been was already fulfilled in the first century. And these verses are Colossians 1:23. So it's not your version of the world that you should be thinking of. It's their version of the world that you should be thinking of, which was the Roman Empire. So Colossians 1:3, Paul is writing to the Colossians. He says, he's talking to them. He says, "If ye," he's talking about the Colossians, "continue in faith, grounded and settled, and be not moved away from the hope of the gospel, which ye have heard," he's talking to the Colossians, "and which was preached to every creature which is under heaven, whereof I, Paul, am made a minister." So Paul just said, every creature under heaven heard the gospel. They said, he said, which was preached to every creature. So that's in Paul. When Jesus was talking to the disciples, he was talking to them in like 27 to 33 AD, around that time. Paul came around in about 50 to 60 AD, give or take. So about 20 years after Jesus was crucified, Paul let it be known that the gospel was preached to every creature under heaven by that time through the disciples. You go to, and that's not the only verse. You go to just to see that this is not the single verse that says this. Colossians, oh, it's in the same chapter. Colossians 1:5. He's still talking to the Colossians. He said, "For the hope which is laid up for you in heaven," he's talking to the Colossians, "whereof ye have heard before in the word of the truth of the gospel, which is come unto you," he's talking about the Colossians, as it is in all the world. Look at that. "And bringeth forth fruit as it doth also in you, since the day ye heard of it and knew the grace of God and truth." So he's saying to the Colossians, the whole world heard the gospel by the time he wrote that letter to the Colossians. So that's another proof that all of the world at the time, their world, heard the gospel. You also go to let me get it. Romans 10. Yeah, see, I use Blue Letter Bible for all these because I like Blue Letter Bible. But you go to Romans 10 and 16, it says, I'm going to start at 15. "And how they shall preach except they be sent." And so this is Paul writing to the Romans. "As it is written, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of good things. But they have not all obeyed the gospel." So Paul is saying not everyone has obeyed the gospel. "For Isaiah saith, Lord, who hath believed our report." He quotes Isaiah from Old Testament. And he says, "So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. But I say, have they not heard?" So Paul is asking, haven't they heard the gospel? And he says, "Yes, verily." He's saying, yes, they heard. "Verily, their sound went into all the earth, and their words unto the end of the world." He's saying the gospel went to all the earth and to the end of the world, to the ends of the world. So he's saying the gospel was preached in there and everywhere in the world. And he wrote this to the Romans in about 50 AD to 60 AD, around that before Jesus was crucified. So by the time Paul was writing to the Romans and Corinthians, I mean the Colossians, it was already established and known that the gospel, according to Paul, that the gospel was preached to all the world. So in Matthew 24, when it says this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached into the whole world as a testimony to all the nations, and then the end will come. So the end was supposed to come way back in the first century, which we say that it did come, and it wasn't the end of the whole planet Earth being destroyed. It was the end of the age of Moses, the end of the old covenant, and the establishing of the new kingdom that is an invisible kingdom that you can't see and that you won't know that's here um, until you die, basically. But well, or if you understand what we understand, that it's already here, but it's an invisible kingdom, and yada yada yada. But if the gospel was preached to the whole world in the first century, according to Paul, then the end should have came soon after, and it's been 2,000 years since then. If you understand what I'm saying, so the gospel was already preached in the first to the world in the first century. So the end's supposed to come right after, and that's one part of what I wanted to say. That's the timing. That gives us the timing of when prophecy, the end, the second coming is supposed to occur. That gives us basically a good understanding. Another scripture that gives us a good understanding is Mark 14. These are called time texts. But likes to call it time texts. Elvin and what's his name? I forgot his name. Elvin and
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Bell. Yes, there we go. I was thinking Demetrius Bell, but I think that's his son.
That's his
So
nephew.
that's
He's
his
here.
nephew. Okay.
He's here.
Okay. Yeah, I see him all the time. Mark 14. So Jesus was talking to Jesus was talking to the high priest. You'll see it here. And the high priest stood up in the midst and asked Jesus, saying, "Answereth you nothing? What is it which these witness against thee?" But he held his peace and answered nothing. Again the high priest asked him and said unto him, "Art you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed?" And Jesus replied, and Jesus said, "I am. And ye shall see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming in the clouds of heaven." He told that high priest living in his time in the first century. I think it was Ananias at the time, but I don't remember his name. But he told him that he himself would see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming in the clouds of heaven. Now that coming in the clouds of heaven, that's the second coming. I don't know if you can wiggle out of that, but there's another I'm gonna share one more, and then one more verse, and then one more time text, and then I'm a yield the floor. Um, Also with Daniel, the fourth beast was under Rome, and the kingdom would come after the fourth beast is vanquished, which Rome doesn't exist anymore. Rome Empire fell way like 400 AD. So the new kingdom was supposed to come at least at 400 AD, and it's been 2000. We're in 2021 now. But the last verse I'm gonna share is because I got way more verses to share as well, but I don't want to talk too long. I'm trying to get the best one though. Uh, okay, I'm gonna get Matthew 16. Matthew 16 and 27 and 28, and then that's it. Matthew 16, 27. For the Son of Man, this is Jesus talking to the disciples again. He says, "For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works." And then he says, "Verily I say unto you," he's talking to the disciples that's standing right in front of him. He says, there be some standing here in front of his face. Audience relevance is what it's called. You gotta be, the audience has to be included in the understanding of the text. He says, "Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." He just told the people in front of him they would not die until they saw the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, which is the second coming. You can't. People like to say that doesn't mean the second coming. The Son of Man coming in his kingdom or with his kingdom, because that end might have been the wrong translation of that word, but that's the second coming, and there is no. So unless those disciples are still living to this day, then what Jesus just said is a lie. So, there's a bunch of other verses that go with this, but that's all I'm gonna share for right now. Elvin or anyone else, they can take the floor.
Brother Demetrius, you wanna take this, Brother Demetrius?
Yeah, Demetrius. He might be doing something at the moment. I would have loved for Demetrius to come in.
He was just on the camera a second ago.
Yeah, no. Give me 1 second, though. Let me bring up something else there. Hold on. Let me get it. Where's my Eastward at? Eastward.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, so Demetrius, we wanted to get your insight. Yeah, we wanted you to get your insight and wanted you to tell people why or how or prove the fulfillment that of Christ's second coming has already happened. Any scriptures or anything like that you would like to go through? Just a couple of them real quick to prove that the second coming has already occurred.
Touch on a few things. Daryl pretty much hit it on the nose as far as the preaching of the gospel. And I didn't get a chance to catch the whole thing because my phone kept going in and out because I was driving home. One of the things that did you hit on the no man knows the day?
No, I didn't hit on that. You're breaking up a little bit.
On that. Yeah. A lot of cutback that we get back on that when he's gonna come. So how can you say that he's already come?
You're breaking up pretty tough, bro.
I think it's John 17. Okay. Yeah. I'm using.
Are you using your computer or your phone?
Phone, yeah.
Because I'm using my phone.
Yeah, I'm using my phone. So
yeah, I got dropped off twice.
Let me try to find a headset or something to link up to. I'll be back on.
Yes, sir. Well, I can.
I was gonna bring it up.
Go ahead.
I was gonna bring up the job, but I was gonna go somewhere else for myself. I was just gonna try to help Demetrius out. So for myself, mine's just gonna be 2 seconds. I'm not as elaborate as the other brothers because I'm just a little more simplistic in my thought process, right? So let's go here. So can everyone see what I have up?
Mm-hmm.
We got Matthew 24. Right? And it's just this simplistic. Now, can somebody that's listening help me out by just telling me what was going on in this and 1 through 3? Just help me out and let me know what is going on. I'll do it myself. basically Christ is talking to the disciples, and the subject matter is his second coming.
Read it and explain it. Read
Right.
read the yeah.
No, definitely gonna do that. So
Okay.
so we're gonna do this right here. So we're gonna set the stage. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple. So we see he was in the temple, right? And he left out of it. And his disciples came to him to show him the buildings of the temple. So they came up to him when he left out of the temple, and basically they're about to look at the temple or whatever. They're showing they're going to observe it or whatever the case may be, however you want to put it. Matthew 24:2. And Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things? So he's talking to them. Ye is them, not us now. So he told the disciples, you see, disciples, all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. Matthew 24:3. So basically, well, it's just to break that part down, just in case you ain't get it. The temple going to be destroyed. It's going to be broken down. It's going to be bang, 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 pow, right? So Matthew 24:3. And he sat upon the Mount of Olives. The disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming? Now, for here, right, basically, this is a lot of just verbiage, right, describing the different ways of the destruction, right? Now, I mean, all of that stuff right there, right? This is just stuff, apocalyptic, as my brother would say, literature, and he's basically saying all the different things that's going to be happening at that time, right? At that time is my key word, right? And just want to point out something right here, Matthew 24:15, though, right? Because we want to let you know this is what was being spoken of. He's letting you know that when ye, meaning you, meaning the disciples who he was talking to, therefore shall see, when they see it, when the disciples see, right? Let's really break down what's going here, right? When the disciples shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whoso readeth, let him understand, right? Let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains, so forth. So on. We know the rest of the story, especially if you read, if you're familiar with reading Matthew, right? But which I think most people is not understanding that they're taking it personal. This was a conversation with the disciples. So when he told the disciples that they will see the desolation spoken of Daniel the prophet, the fulfillment of what Daniel was saying, that's how you know. And then we can keep going and going and going and going and stuff like that. Or where is it before? I haven't done this in a while, so excuse me. Or wherefore if they shall say unto you, behold, oh no, that's not it. I have notes on it, but regardless, like I don't even need to keep going, right? I'm gonna put that down. Hold up. And there go everyone doesn't know the hour. That's what the brother gonna bring when he comes back, right? So I'm gonna leave that big. I mean, oh, I'm sorry. So let me bring us all back here. So for me, it's simplistic. I just knew that Christ wasn't talking to me. He just told his disciples what to expect and when to expect it. So I don't need much more than that, right? Just to have respect for other people's conversations that I'm privy to knowing about, right? I know that he was talking to the disciples. He told the disciples when they saw this, when they see that, when this happens, and he told them. And we all know that this all happened in 70 AD. Actually, it was a process. It didn't happen overnight. And that's what y'all think. Y'all think it's going to just be like Shabazz. No. This was a process, right? You know what I mean? We had Titus run down on Jerusalem. Started, I believe it was 66 and a half AD, right? And Christ's funny, right? Don't let it be happening on the Sabbath. Yo, he funny. Because that's exactly when it happened. It was during a feast type thingy going on. They ran down, and it was actually a war tactic because they knew that all the scattered people abroad was going to come back onto Jerusalem at the time, so that they can destroy and kill and captive and do whatever they had to do to all of them. There's better chances to have them all there because they was really trying to hurt Israel at the time. So they ran down, killed them. Well, killed as many as they could, destroyed the buildings in the town or the city, the country, however you want to do it. And all of this is historical facts. Like, you can research this. And then in 70 AD, it took them all that time to break through the wall, to tear through the city. You know what I mean? Because common sense is some of the Pharisees and Sadducees and them didn't just let it happen. They tried to fight. But all the smart ones that knew what Christ was talking about, they'd been broke. They got up out of there, right? But they got ran down on, and then when they finally destroyed the temple in 70 AD, and that it was the end of it, right? Y'all probably don't even understand why it had to be destroyed, right? In order for the new covenant to come in, the old covenant had to be totally done away with. Every part of it had to be done away with. And the last part was the destruction of the temple, so that we couldn't practice those sacrifices that y'all claim he only came to take away, right? Right. He had to make it so that you couldn't do it properly. He had to get rid of every aspect of the old covenant so you couldn't do it anymore. You know what I mean? So that you can go ahead and be under his graces for real, so that you can really open up the door into the new covenant, so you could be a new kingdom citizen. Thank him. He did it. He ain't got to wait. Like, all right, my bad, y'all. It's just simplistic for me. Anybody else got something to say on that?
Yeah. I want to add a few more things to it, piggybacking off what the brother's saying. I'm just going to go through a few more scriptures also about when exactly of the timing of this second, quote unquote, second coming was going to occur. As the brother Dara already hit on, also Matthew 16, 27 to 28. Is my screen being shared for me?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Thank you. All right, so Matthew 16, 27 to 28. Now I'm going to do a few breakdowns on what's going on. All right, so this is the first one. We know that Christ is having a conversation with the disciples, because he said right here in Matthew 16, 24, then said Jesus unto his disciples. So unless me or you was there in the audience, he's not talking to us, he's talking to his disciples. But this is what it says right here, as the brother already said. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. All right, so this is a few things right here. A, he shall reward every man according to his works. And we know that this is the same language that's found in the book of Revelation. I come quickly and my reward is with me. This is also found in the book of Isaiah. He's going to come and reward every man. So this rewarding every man according to his works, this is just another way to say judgment. Okay, so now he's talking about judgment right here. This is the judgment passage. He's coming for judgment. So now notice what he says. Verily I say unto you, we know the you here is talking about the disciples. Verily I say unto you, there be some standing here, so standing right there amongst them, which shall not taste of death. So people want to say, okay, this is talking about the second death right here. This is talking about the second death. Well, once you go into the book of Revelation, we find out that the second death is the death of all of the wicked people. So why would he be telling his disciples, who he sent out to preach the gospel, why would he tell them that they're going to be partakers of the second death? And this is how you know right here, which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he didn't tell them that they wasn't going to die. That's not what they're saying at all. My bad. that just popped up on my screen. Let me get that off real fast. But he's not telling them that they wasn't going to die. That's not the message he gave. He gave a message that they wasn't going to taste of death until they saw him coming. So if this is talking about the second death, you guys are saying that the disciples was to experience the second death. Now, does that make sense? All right, so that's the first thing we got to think about. Here's the second thing. It says, till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So now you look at this literature and you think that he's coming and he's bringing out, by using the book of Revelation, the four-cubed heaven, the heavenly Jerusalem, out of the sky, and he's placing it on planet Earth, and you're going to be able to drive up to it. But he has already made it be known that this kingdom is within. So whatever is happening around this judgment, they are understanding that it's Christ coming in a kingdom. Now, if he said the kingdom comes not with observation, that means it's an invisible kingdom. You can't observe it. So now, how can they see him coming in a kingdom that they can't observe? Think about it, people. We got to think about it. If they can't observe the kingdom, how can they see the kingdom coming if you can't observe it? So now, if Christ is coming in that same kingdom, you can't observe it. How do you think you're going to be able to see Christ coming? So is Christ going to come visually and say, ha ha, my kingdom is invisible? You guys can't see the kingdom, but trust me, it's here. That's not. That's
about to
not,
go, man. I can't do it. I'm exiting now. I'm sorry.
So now, all right. So we got that right there. All right. So we know that this has got to be an invisible kingdom. Christ got to be invisibly coming in the invisible kingdom around judgment. So they're not trying to look for things with their eyes because they already know the kingdom is within. So if Christ was coming if the kingdom was within the individual and Christ was coming with that kingdom, does that not mean that Christ has to be within the individual? Of course he does, because his kingdom is within you. So when he comes, he got to come to a kingdom that's inwardly, which means Christ has to be inwardly. Think about it. Think about what they're doing with the gospel. It's changing what? The inward man. Paul said, if you put on Christ, you are a new creation. So think about all of this imagery. And he also said, if you put on Christ, you go through his baptism, you went from death to life. So all of these things are something that's happened inwardly, because when judgment is coming, you automatically know this is Christ's word. This is his presence. It's happening like he said it was going to happen. All right, so that's first thing first. So we know that there was a promise of judgment. So now let's look at what Peter said. We're going to go to 1 Peter 4:17. So Christ told them about the judgment. He's crucified. He goes up into his heavenly realm, the heavenly realm, or the invisible realm, however you want to look at it. So now, look at years later. Look at the message that Peter has. 1 Peter 4:17. Well, let me start at 16 for my people who hate Christians. Yet if any man suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God on this behalf. So this is this is the suffering for Christ. Remember in Matthew 5, he told them, blessed is the man that's persecuted for my name's sake. So Peter is reflecting back on the teachings of Christ. Once again, Peter is reflecting back on the teachings of Christ. This is Christ in Matthew 5. So now, verse 17. For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of God. So Christ also said, as Brother Boston brought out, as well as Brother Darrell, in Matthew 24:3, he was prophesying that the temple was going to be destroyed, which is the house of God. So now Peter is telling them in the first century that time has come, that judgment must begin at the house of God. And if it first began at us. What shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of God? So Peter was teaching the message that judgment is going to come upon them. The same Christians, Christians being persecuted, first century, those same Christians, he said, now y'all are being persecuted, but guess what's happening now? Judgment is finna come. So if the Christians is being persecuted, judgment is coming. Who's being judged? The Christians are the people that's persecuting the Christians. Of course, the people that's persecuting the Christians. Why? Because these was the chief priests, these was these Pharisees, these was these Sadducees. So judgment had to start with them. They was the one that was occupying the house of God. So that temple had to be destroyed because of their actions against the new way, the nation, the new nation. So now we got Peter actually saying judgment must be begun now, first century, at the house of God. So now we got Christ saying the judgment was going to occur before all of the disciples died. Peter's telling them the judgment is going to occur during our generation. So they're both saying the same timeline. So this is the one. Now I want to go to Matthew 24 also about another thing that Christ said that I believe a lot of people overlook. And they want to bring T.D. Jakes and Joel Osteen and Creflo Dollar. They want to bring all of them into the midst right here in Matthew 24. Like these men are so great that Jesus the Christ had to prophesy about them. Come on, y'all. So now, Matthew 24:24. For there shall arise false Christ and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Now, people want you to believe that this is about the Christian pastors today. But notice what he's saying. There's going to arise false Christ. There would be, what is a false Christ? Someone that's lying, someone that's not doing the duties that Christ do, who we call Antichrist. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets. Antichrist, anti-prophets. So this was one of the signs that was given for what? What did the disciples say? What shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the age? We know the word world's there, but if you go to the other channel, the other video that we did a few days ago, it's already on RPK channel. Brother Daryl actually went through it. The word world here is aeon, which means age, specific time period. So they're asking him, when is going to be the end of that time period? And one of the signs that Christ gave was false prophets and false Christ was going to arise, letting them know that that end of that age was upon them. So now let's look at the message. So that's Christ's message, right? So now let's look at the message from Paul. Let's look what Paul said real fast. Let's look at 2 Thessalonians 2. I want to read 1 through 3. This is what Paul said. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and by our gathering together unto him. So these are two things right here. In Matthew 24, they was asking about the coming of the Lord. Paul is addressing the coming of the Lord. Which lets you know that Paul is reflecting back on the teaching of Christ. In Matthew 24, around verses 30 or a little bit after that, he said, I'm going to gather together the elect from the four winds of the earth. And people ask you, hey, when have Israel been gathered together yet? So this ain't happened yet. But right here, Paul said, and by our gathering together unto him. So to Paul, the people was already gathering into Christ. So this is a second thing that had to happen around the signs of the end. The gathering had to happen. So now we have the coming of the Lord and the gathering. Verse 2, that ye be not soon shaken in mind or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as the day of Christ is at hand. So now people be like, see, right there, they were saying that the day of Christ was at, they wasn't supposed to say that the day of Christ was at hand. So why are you guys saying the day of Christ was at hand if they wasn't supposed to say the day of Christ is at hand? So once we go to 2 Thessalonians 2, sorry, I don't know if y'all still see my screen. Is it sharing? If not, I'm just gonna read it out loud, and you can.
Yeah, it's sharing.
I'm going to a website though. I don't know if it's going to share the website. Is it sharing the website?
No,
No.
no. You're gonna
Okay.
have to hit the share button and then hit that website or hit that thing and then it'll share.
Okay, well, don't worry about it, y'all. I'm just gonna read it out loud, and if you guys don't believe me, it's as simple as you doing a quick Google search.
What's the website?
I'm gonna read from the New King James Version Bible, the same exact verse.
Okay.
So now, 2 Thessalonians 2 and 2 from the New King James Version Bible, who use a different scroll, a different codex in order to write this, and they use the most popular codex, which the KJV translators didn't do all the time. So now, this is what they got. Not to be soon shaken in mind or troubled, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as if from us, as though the day of Christ had come. So the one that they used mostly in the days of the disciples was the day of Christ had come. Meanwhile, the King James translators used the day of Christ is at hand. So these are two totally different things. One had come, meaning it had already occurred. The other one at hand means it's coming in our future. So the problem wasn't that they were saying the day of Christ is in our future or is close by. The problem was they were saying that the day of Christ had already occurred and they have lived past it. So the prophecies that they're looking at, it was told to them that it had already been fulfilled in their past already. So now, listen how Paul explained it. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. So Paul said, no, it has not occurred yet. The second coming had not occurred yet because there were still prophecies that had to happen. Why? Because Christ told them. And false Christ and false prophets had to come. That haven't occurred yet, according to Paul. So they jumped the gun. They had people already jumping the gun. So Paul is putting it back into perspective. No, it have not happened yet because this got to happen. And he said that son of perdition, who opposes and exalted himself above all that is called God or that is worshiped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. How do you get this? You can't get more antichrist than that. That's the antichrist of antichrist, everybody. You can't go more antichrist than that. So now I got two more verses and then I'm done. So you got Christ speaking of the antichrist. You got Paul saying people was teaching that the fulfillment had already occurred, but Paul said, no, first let the antichrist come and then the fulfillment will be upon us. So then once you go to 1 John 2, look how 1 John 2 explained it. Little children, it is the last time. I want to look at the word time right there. 1 John 2:18. I want to look at the word time, G5610, aura. That's where we get the word hour from
Hour.
in English. So he's saying it is the last hour. Now, I don't know how you guys are going to make an hour be 2,000 years because first you want a day to be 2,000 years. So now you want an hour to be 2,000 years. So I don't know what we're doing with this. But first, let's just read it again. Little children, it is the last hour or time. And as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come. Where did they hear that from? They heard it from Christ, and then Paul said it also. You have heard that Antichrist shall come. Even now are there many Antichrists. Ain't that what Christ said? One of the signs to the end, there are going to be many false Christ. Now you have John saying, now there are many Antichrists. And this is what he also said, whereby we know that it is the last hour. So John is saying the way that we know right now in the first century that we're living in the last hours, because the things that Christ prophesied to occur is occurring right now in real time. It wasn't occurring in the time of the Thessalonians, but it was occurring by the time First John was written. Once again, by the time First John was written, it was already occurring. It wasn't occurring by the time when Paul wrote Thessalonians, but he was letting it be known time is still close. But then I'm going to end it with this. 1 John 4. 1 John 4 and 3. And now, every spirit that confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And that is the spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now already is it in the world. So that Antichrist that they was waiting on was already there in the time of John. So when you go into the book of Revelation, looking at the Antichrist in the book of Revelation, this is the same Antichrist that John is speaking of in his days. But notice it is a spirit. Many people want to look at it as one individual.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, it is a spirit that possesses anybody that denies Christ. And that spirit was around in First John. So guess what? If you had an emperor called Nero, and if he went against Christ, guess what you got? You have a superior or emperor antichrist. If you have a chief priest that goes against Christ, what do you got now? You got a false prophet. You got an antichrist prophet. So, guys, it's not hard. It's not hard. It's not hard. All of this stuff happened in the first century. This was the first century occurrence, and it ended when the temple fell. No more antichrist, no more false prophets, because now the temple is gone. And I am done with that. My bad for being long-winded.
Oh no, I loved it, man. I have a question. Can I can I could I finish my thing if it's okay? Because we're gonna end up moving on to the next question. I didn't even finish proving my biblical sources at least, because I got historical sources of fulfillment of prophecy, but the Bible I have biblical sources as well. So can I Demetrius, you want to go? Because I wanted to wait till everyone was finished to put the nail in the coffin of when these things was going to occur. Thank you, Elvin, for that. By the way, but Demetrius, you want to go?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's a lot better. I think it'll be
okay. Good deal. Good deal. My thing was more so on the when people tell us that well, you can't dictate the timing of Christ coming, because he said no man knows the day and the hour in Matthew 24. I think it is Matthew 24, I think 36 or 37. Let's see. Let's go here. Matthew 24 and verse. Let's see. Let's see, what scripture is that?
Yeah, it's 36, my brother.
36. Okay, yeah. They try to tell us that no man but of that day and hour No one knows, not even the angels of the heaven, but my Father only. But first, boss, can you pull up? Well, whoever has it up on the screen, can you pull up John 16 for me? And we'll start from there. Pull up John 16 and let's go down. We'll just start at verse 7. Go down to verse 7. And it says, well, which one do you have up? Because I have the King James Version. Which version do you have up?
I got the King James Version.
Okay. All right. Well, wait a minute. Let me see. Well, this New King James. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I got the the other King James.
Okay, cool. So if we start at verse 7, Christ tells his followers that nevertheless, I tell you the truth. It is to your advantage that I go away. For if I do not go away, the helper will not come to you. But if I depart, I will send him to you. And when he has come, he will convict the world of sin and of righteousness and of judgment. Of sin, because they do not believe in me. Hold on, I lost my place. Okay. Of righteousness, because I go to my Father and you see me no more. Of judgment, because the ruler of this world is judged. I still have many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. However, when he, the Spirit of truth, has come, he will guide you into all truth. For he will not speak on his own authority, but whatever he hears, he will speak, and he will tell you things to come. He will glorify me, and he will take of what is mine and declare it to you. All things that the Father has are mine. Therefore, I said that he will take of mine and declare it to you. So right there, we need to understand that when Christ left, we read in Acts 2 that the Holy Spirit has come. And with that, Christ told them that he's going to lead you into all truth. So if he's going to lead the disciples in all truth, then that would mean that the end of the world has to be in there, because Christ spoke about the end of the world. And just to kind of show where the first century will know when it happens, if you pull up, let's go to 1 Thessalonians 5. If you pull that up, 1 Thessalonians 5, yeah. We're gonna start at verse 1. But concerning the times and the seasons, brother, you have no need that I should write to you, for you yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord so comes as a thief in the night. For when they say peace and safety, then sudden destruction comes upon them as labor pains upon a pregnant woman, and they shall not escape. But you, brethren, are not in darkness, so that this day should overtake you as a thief. You are all sons of light and sons of the day. We are not of the night, nor of darkness. Now that right there ought to let you know that these people knew when the day and the hour was. They didn't know the exact day, but they knew that it was coming. And the signs that Christ told them to look for will allow them to know the day and the hour. That's also with the Holy Spirit. That was the purpose of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit was to give them knowledge of all truth and things like that about the things that were coming upon them. And as Daryl and Elvin has broke it down so well, mine is like really short. So they broke it down so well about the preaching of the gospel. And so if we go to Revelation, and like everybody like to go to at all the time, if we go to the first verse in Revelation, chapter 1, if you pull that up real quick, Revelation chapter 1, the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave to him to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass. And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John. So that right there shows that the things that were needed to be known was given to the people in the first century. And by us going to Luke 21, we can see when that last day was. Go down to verse I think it's 20. Go down to verse 20. Yep. And when you see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, and let those let them which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. Go down again for me. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. That happened in the first century, where Elvin made it plain as day, to where it was the first century with the temple. So, like I said, mine was real short and sweet. So you guys go ahead.
All right, so two things. Hold up 1 second. I'm sorry. I know you want to go down. Two things. So for the person that's watching, he said, "What about the the KJV made y'all pick that version over a version such as the NASB, for example?" We can read it in any version, right? So that's why we choose.
Yeah, go to the NASB, boss, and let's go to those scriptures again and see what it says. See if it says something different.
It'll say generally the same thing as King James.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It doesn't matter what version we read. That's what
I was going to say.
There's slight differences in the text, but
right.
Generally speaking, they say the same things.
Right.
What you really want to get into is word studies, like actually looking at the Greek text and seeing if these words match up with what the English translators did.
Yeah, what's being conveyed, the message being conveyed. See, that's what I wanted because I wanted to close up something real quick, but before I close that up, before I let Daryl take it over, I just want to say this too. Everybody overdoes the word and what's being said, part of it.
Right.
They look over the picture that's being painted. It's a redundant picture throughout, old and new. There's a redundant picture being painted. It's always like there's something better out there. Love the Father and love your brother, and you'll be good in the next life to come. Basically, that's the redundant picture. I want good for my people. Love the Father first. You know what I mean? Love your neighbor. You know what I mean? And you're gonna get everything I promise you. It's the redundant picture, and people just look at what's being said over the picture that's always being painted throughout Scripture. Now, real quick, I just want to go ahead and now, man, I just gonna go ahead. I wanted to close something up because earlier I'm gonna do it as fast as I possibly can. I just went over the little bit of stuff that I like to go over. Like I said, just a little bit of stuff that I like going over. And this stuff is this right here. Hold up. Tell me if y'all can see. Y'all can see my eastward?
I can't.
Try it again then. Hold
I
up.
can't.
No, I can't see it.
Oh yeah, let me get it up there. I'm gonna remove it and then pull it back. I'm sorry, guys.
I think eastward be just glitching. So
Probably
weird. It's a weird thing because when Elvin does his videos and he pulls up, I think that's the eSword, right, Elvin?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, when you pull it up in your videos, it glitches a little bit. I use Blue Letter Bible,
It's up there
but
now.
yeah, we can see it now.
All right, so I'm gonna go over exact 4 scriptures that I went over earlier, but I remember I was scrolling down and I didn't close it. So as I stated, I'm just gonna read through it. As Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And he sat upon the Mount of Olives. The disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world? Then we go to 15, right? As I said earlier, now he's just telling them, because everything in between 3 and 15 is basically just describing stuff. It's like I said earlier, apocalyptic like literature about judgment, right? Then he says, when ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of, excuse me, by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, right? Whosoever readeth, let him understand. So now he just told you, like when you see the fulfillment of the prophecy, right, of Daniel, this is when my second coming is, right? And then last but not least, just real quick, and he says this, verily, chapter 24 and 34, verily I say unto you, this generation, not the generation of the disciples, when he was talking to them, not this generation here, right? And I heard somebody else. It's funny because we was talking about people saying an hour is 2,000 years and days is 2,000 years. I heard a generation is 2,000 years too before. So yeah, y'all got to stop it, literally. But anyway, verily I say unto you, and the you is his disciples standing in front of him. This generation shall not pass. Oh, wait. When? It just said it's not going to go to 1500s, 2000s. It's not even go to second AD. It didn't, because that wouldn't be that generation. It said, verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all. Wait. One of them? All. Wait, no, 3 of the things. All these things be fulfilled. And that's what I forgot to close it with earlier, man. And it just dawned back on me because I felt like I was missing something. Like I said, I'm simple, right? I don't have like these brothers. They're going all over the place to prove their points, and because it's out there, like it's everything we're saying is accurate. But I'm a little simple. I just read 1, 2, and 3. Let you know they came out the temple. When this temple is destroyed, know what I mean, that's my second coming. And then he made his second coming in verse 15. He made his second coming synonymous with the fulfillment of Daniel the prophet, right? The desolation, abomination. So now you know his second coming is a fulfillment of a prophecy of Daniel, right? And then he lets you know in verse 34 that generation, it all was going to happen. And I'm done. I'm good.
All right, that's that I didn't want to break down all of Matthew 24 because I got a whole breakdown for Matthew 24, but that's the crux of Matthew 24. This generation shall, that's the time that'll let you know of what generation he was talking to. Now, if you want to know what the Jews considered a generation, I sent this to Elvin before. It's in a book called Against Apion by Josephus. Josephus, he literally says in there that he basically says a generation is 40 years. So by the time Jesus was talking to the disciple, it was 30 years, and then 40 years later was when the Roman-Judean War happened in 70 AD. So when Jesus said, "This generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled," he's saying y'all have a span of 40 years. He didn't give them the exact day or the hour. He just told them the time frame of when all that stuff he just told them, and the verses higher up would be fulfilled. But I'm gonna share my screen because I have a bunch of I wanted to let everybody go so that I could share because I didn't finish. I just wanted to do a brief intro of what. So you see all this up here. These are all the verses that uh that tell you the timing of when the second coming would occur, and and if it's been fulfilled already. So first we'll start with Daniel 7:3-8. Okay, so this is Daniel with the four beasts, with the four beast star. So, and the four great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the land and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. And I behold a second beast like a bear, and it raised up itself on one side, and it had three ribs in its mouth of it between the teeth of it, and they said thus unto it, arise, devour my flesh. So the first beast is what is it? Babylon. The second beast is Medo Persia, and then the third. And I after this I beheld, and lo, like a leopard, which had upon the back of its four wings of a fowl. The beast had also four heads, and dominion was given to it. Now Medo Persia was conquered by Greece, so this leopard here is Greece, and the reason why it says four wings of a fowl. And the beast had also four heads. If you know history, when Alexander the Great mysteriously died, his kingdom was split into four separate regions. Um, these four people were yes, common knowledge. I remember learning this in high school. Alexander the Great kingdom split into four. You could how was his kingdom divided? Seleucus. Wait, oh, they're not gonna. It's yeah, Alexander the Great's four successors. You see, and they'll mention that they'll name them. Cassander, like Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Seleucid. That's what the four heads of the four wings and the four heads of this beast is. Dominion was given to us, so that's Greece. After this I saw in the night, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth to devour and break in pieces and stamp the residue with the feet of it. This is the residue of the remnant of Israel. Basically, this beast stomped upon the remnant of Israel with the feet of it, and it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. Okay, now this beast here, this beast is Rome, and it had 10 horns. Rome had a thing, 10 senatorial provinces. If you Google what that is, it's basically 10 governors, and Rome was the central, but it's 10 of them, and this is what the 10 horns represent. Now, or either that, or it's the 10 emperors. Well, it's 12 emperors, but we'll keep going. Let's keep going. So this we know this is wrong. And I considered the horns, and behold, so he's talking about the fourth beast. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, and this little horn, before whom there were three of the first horns plucked up by the roots, meaning they were from their inference. For when you pick up something from the roots, it's, well, I'm not going to explain that, but three horns before uh the 10 is 10 horns, and then there's the 11th horn, which is this horn, the little horn, before whom there were three of the first horns plucked up. So three horns got plucked up before this first one. So three kings were plucked up before this king came into power. And behold, in this horn, eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things. And then you keep going. That's Daniel. So this is the end of what Daniel's vision. And then you go to Daniel 2. I'm gonna talk about who this fourth beast and this little horn is. You go to Daniel 2. So it's a beast under Rome. It's a horn. This horn has to be under Rome, because that's the interpretation of Daniel's beast. And you go to Daniel, the great statue. You go the king Daniel 2:37 45. I'm not gonna read all of it, but let me see. He tells Daniel's talking to Nebuchadnezzar about the vision that he gave him. This is the interpretation of the vision. He says, "You are this head of gold." He told Nebuchadnezzar, "Your kingdom, which was Babylon, is the head of gold. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another kingdom of Babylon." So the kingdom that arose after Babylon was Medo-Persia, and after Medo-Persia, another third kingdom of bronze. This should be bronze. This is the Greeks, which shall bear rule over all the earth, or the land. And you go now you see Middle Persia, and then Rome now, and the fourth beast shall be strong as iron. This is the same beast of iron, the fourth beast in Daniel 7. For as much as iron breaketh in pieces and subdueth all, and as iron breaketh all these shall it break in pieces. When Rome was ruling, they attacked the Germans, they attacked Greece, they conquered all these places. So they were the strongest, basically. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, this was in the first century. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it the strength of iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with the miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And then if you don't know about what happened in Rome, little Roman history, the kingdom, Rome almost fell. Rome was in the middle of when they were the strongest. They got Nero was killed. Nero, who was emperor in 68 A.D., and Rome almost fell because all the nations that were subject to Rome were rebelling at the same time. So Rome, Vespasian, who became an emperor, well, and it ended up happening that I'm gonna continue reading, but I'm gonna explain. And whereas thou sawest the iron mixed with the miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave to one another, even as the iron is not mixed with the clay. And now he's gonna let me see. And in these days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom. So in the days of the kings of the fourth beast, which was Rome, shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it break in pieces the iron, which was Rome, the brass, which was Greece, the clay, the silver, which was what was it? Silver was Medo-Persia, and the gold was Babylon. The great God hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof. So after the fourth kingdom was when um was when the kingdom of God would be established. Now Rome is not ruling anymore, and anyone who tells you otherwise is lying to you. But I'm going to talk about the little horn in Daniel 7. So this little horn, I personally believe this is Vespasian, because it says before whom there were three of the first horns plucked up by the roots. If you don't know about the year of the four emperors, it happened in Rome. So this is under the fourth beast. The year of the four emperors. This was four emperors became four Roman emperors became emperor in the span of a year, which was basically unheard of. One was Galba, one was Otho, one was Vitellius, and one was Vespasian. Vespasian is the little horn, before whom three horns were plucked up: Galba, Otho, and Vitellius. And all three of these people died in the span of a year. But Vespasian ruled to he was from 69 AD to 79 AD, and then Vespasian died. But all three of these people ruled for less than a year. So Vespasian is the little horn that was, he's the little horn. He's the 11th horn, before whom there were three of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in the horns, eyes like the eyes of a man, and the mouth speaking great things. But I'm going to go to, that's Daniel. Let me see. Daniel, let me see some. Daniel, Daniel 2. I missed. Daniel 17. Is it? Oh, it's not. It's Daniel 7. My bad. Daniel 7 again. 17. It talks about these great. It's the interpretation of the great beasts. These great beasts, which are four kings, shall rise out of the earth, but the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Then I would know the truth of the fourth beast, which is Rome, which was diverse from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, whose teeth were of iron and his nails of brass, which devoured, brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. This is the residue of the children of Israel, which Rome warred against them. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up. So this other horn is the 11th horn. There's 10 horns, and there's the 11th, before whom 3 fell. Vespasian, before his reign, 3 consecutive Romans emperors all died within a year. Even of that horn that had eyes and a mouth that spoke very great things. Vespasian was, if you read the history, the Roman history of what that was recorded about him, he was a man who was slick. He was slick out the mouth, and he made jokes about his about him dying. He made a joke about himself dying, and God heard him, and this man was done for. But it says whose look was more stout than his fellow. So this 11th horn looked more like a stubborn man. Now, if you look up Vespasian and you look up his bust, because he has look at his jaw. Now his jaw looks like the jaw of a man that's stubborn, and this man was slick out the mouth, and he proclaimed himself to be God a good number of times. Actually, it's recorded in Roman history, and that was part of Roman culture for them to deify themselves. But let's keep going. And I beheld in the same horn, this same 11th horn made war with the saints. Vespasian started the war. Well, no, Nero started the war, but Vespasian was the one who carried it out, basically. Until the Ancient of Days came and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High, and the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. And then it goes on. So this fourth beast was the kingdom was going to come under the fourth beast, which is Rome. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon the earth, and shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it into pieces, which is what Rome did. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and another shall arise after him, and he shall be diverse from the first. What this means is him being diverse from the first is that Vespasian, he was not of the lineage of the previous people who came before him. He was of a totally separate lineage. He was a regular citizen of Rome before he became emperor. Previously, the people who became emperor were royalty from the family line. Like Nero was royalty, um, and he had a father relatives who were emperors before him. But Vespasian was not that case. Vespasian was a plebeian, is what they called him, a common man. But he became emperor through divine intervention. So this is what it means when it says he shall be diverse from the first king, and he shall subdue 3 kings. Now these 3 kings that died before him was Otho, Galba, and Vitellius, and he shall speak great word against the Most High, which is what he did. It's recorded in Roman history, and he shall wear out the saints of the Most High, which is what he did. He beat them. He actually won the war. Him and Vespasian and his son Titus, and think to change times and laws, which is what he did. Him and his son instilled a tax where they had to they taxed the Jews, and they changed their temple, and a bunch of stuff happened. They destroyed the temple, and they shall be given into his hand until a times and the dividing of times. This is the 3.5 years of Revelation. This is the 1,260 days, I think it is, and that you see in Revelation. But the judgment shall sit, and they shall take away his dominion to consummate and destroy it until the end. I'm not going to read all of this, but yeah, this was all the age was supposed to come under the fourth beast, which was Rome, and that's it about Daniel. Now you go to I'm gonna do because I have these all lined up. Let me see. Matthew 10 and 22 and 23. This is going to be a short one. Jesus was talking to the disciples, and he was saying they were going to be persecuted. And he says, and ye shall be hated. He's talking to the disciples, and ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake. But he that endureth to the end, the same shall be saved. So he's telling the disciples that if they endure to the end, after all this persecution, the end of the age, they will be saved. And then he says, but when they persecute you in this city, he's telling when the Jews persecute those Christians, those disciples in that city at that, and he's talking to them at that time, flee ye into another, for verily I say unto you, ye shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be coming. Till the Son of Man be come. So he's telling them they would not have gone through all the cities of Israel fleeing from persecution before the Son of Man came. That's the second coming. That's a real short verse. Matthew 24 and 34. This generation shall not pass until all things be fulfilled. Elvin and Boss spoke on it, where all this stuff above what Jesus was talking about, he goes down to say, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Now, if you want to know what a generation is to the Jews, you got to read Josephus the Jew, the first century Jew. He knew what the Jews considered to be a generation, and he says in his book Against Apion, so the book is called Gutenberg Against Apion. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Control F, generation. He says that, moreover, Cheramon sets down Joseph as driven away at the same time with Moses, who yet died 4 generations before Moses. So Moses died, Joseph died 4 generations before Moses was born, which 4 generations make almost 170 years. So 170 divided by 4 equals how many generation, what the Jews considered to be a generation. And that's about, if this equal could be pressed, 42.5 years. So 40 years was a generation to the Jews. So when Jesus said, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled, he's saying what the Jews considered a generation of 40 years, he's saying, the people I'm talking to in front of me right now at the time, 40 years is, y'all have a period of 40 years before everything that he just spoke to them about is fulfilled. That's just what it is. Now you could take that and you could leave it and you could I don't know how you're gonna translate this some other way, but he told them, those people living in his time, that it would happen in 40 years, basically. It's what he didn't give them the exact day and the hour, but he's saying y'all have a period of 40 years. And he was talking to them in 33, not 33, he was talking to them in 30 to 33 AD. So 40 years from now, 70 AD come about, the temple is 70 to 73 come about, the temple is destroyed in the Roman-Judean war. Majority of the Jews are massacred. Overwhelming majority of the Jews got massacred. The disciples, they had nowhere to be found, and yada yada yada. But that's that. Then you got First John. Where's this paper? I have a whole, but I'm gonna speed this up. Somebody brought up First John already. Okay, here it is. First John 2, 18 through 19. Let me speed this up. Someone already read this. Little children, it is the last time. He's talking to the I don't know who he's talking to the disciples, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Ye sin, you advocate for the my little children. Let me see what he wrote, who he wrote this to. I'm gonna assume he wrote this to the disciples, but it's obviously written in the first century. We know that, at least.
It's right in the church.
It's written in the okay. So he says, "Little children, it is the last time, and as ye have heard, the Antichrist shall come. Even now are there many antichrists whereby we know that it is the last time." He's literally telling them, those people with church in the first century, that the Antichrist was the Antichrist was prophesied to come, or the spirit of the Antichrist, and it's there now in their time. It was there, and he's saying that's how we know that it is the last time. Which he's saying this is the last hour. He's saying this is how we know, because the Antichrist is already, the Antichrist's spirit is already here. All these people who are, and what is an Antichrist? An Antichrist is anyone who denies Christ is the Messiah, according to one verse somewhere in the scripture. I'm not, I don't have it written down, but you know what verse I'm talking about. You can Google it. What is an Antichrist according to the scriptures? That's what it is. Anyone who denies Christ is the Messiah. Now, and that was what the Jews were, denying that Christ was the Messiah. So, for Antichrist was there in the first century. It wasn't a single person. It was a spirit of denial. Now, Romans 13 and 12, 11 through 12, right here. This is what Paul was writing to the Romans. That's the audience he's talking to. Not you in the first century, he's talking to the Romans. And he says, the Roman Christians, and that knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of our sleep, for now is our salvation nearer than when we first believed. The night is far spent, the day is at hand. The day is at hand, saying it's the second coming, the vengeance is about to come on. Let us therefore cast off the works of darkness, and let us put on the armor of light. Let us, as in them living in that time. He just said, he said, knowing the time is nigh, which is second coming type talk, that now it is high time to wake out of our sleep, which is second coming talk. They are expecting something very soon. He also says, for now is our salvation nearer than when we first believed. Paul wrote to the Romans in like 50 AD, whenever, I don't know what the dating they got, but from when they first believed to where they were when when Paul wrote Romans, he's saying the salvation is nearer. He's saying it's nearer. So yeah, let me see when Romans was written. So Romans, when was it written? I think it was written about 50 AD. That's at least the general, 56 to 57 AD. So Paul was saying, so Jesus was up on the scene about, he started his gospel. I don't know when he started, when those people first believed, but we can generally assume before Jesus was crucified. So about 2024 AD or so, Paul was saying that the salvation was nearer than when he first believed. So 30 years ago is when they first believed, and their salvation is nearer. So their salvation had to come before 30 years, before 30 years later, is what he's saying. And you go from 56 to 70 AD. What did these people need to be saved from? You see what happened to the Jews with the Romans, you'll understand what they needed to be saved from, if you catch my drift. But yeah, that's Romans 13. If you read Flavius Josephus's work, you'll understand what these Christians needed to be saved from. You think these Christians were getting it bad from the Jews? You got to see how the Romans did the Jews. It was terrible. The Romans and the Zealots, who were also the Zealots were also Jews. It was terrible. I'm talking people. They was cutting open the bellies of women looking for gold, like people looking for gold. Like they cut their stomachs open, and people was blowing up because they were so hungry, they bellies burst. Like that type of stuff was happening to the Jews that killed Jesus. Mind you, these are the same people from when he was telling them something is coming for y'all, and these same people got caught in the Roman Judean War and got killed. But let's keep going, because Matthew 11, he says, truly I tell you, among those born of women, no one greater than John the Baptist has appeared, but the least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. From the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has been suffering violence, and the violent have seized it by force. For all the prophets in the law prophesied unto John. He's talking. This is Jesus talking to the disciples, and he says, "And if you're willing to accept it," he's telling his disciples, if you're willing to accept what I'm about to say, he is the Elijah who is to come. John was the Elijah who was prophesied to come, and this was the prophecy in Malachi 4. And I'm gonna pull up one other verse besides this, and show you another time Jesus says that John was Elijah. And this is Matthew 17 and 10 through 13. And his disciples asked him, so the disciples talking to Jesus, saying, "Why then say the scribes that Elijah must first come?" So they were quoting Elijah verse where he's scribes that they were quoting Malachi, where they were quoting Malachi, where it's said in Malachi that Elijah must first come before the day of the Lord. And they were asking Jesus, "Why is that? Why does it say that?" And Jesus answered and said unto him, "Elijah truly shall come and restore all things. But I say unto you that Elijah is already come." Elijah already came, "and they knew him not, but have done unto him whatsoever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer of them." So he's saying, and then right here, then the disciples understood that he spake unto them of John the Baptist. Jesus just told them John the Baptist is the Elijah who was supposed to come before the day of the Lord, which is his second coming. And you go to Malachi 4, where it talks about it. Malachi 4, 5 through 6, it says, "Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming and great and dreadful day of the Lord." So this is the dreadful day of the Lord. This is the revenge of the Lord. This is the you killed my son, so I'm gonna kill you day of the Lord. And I mean, think about it. Why would these people who killed Jesus get away scot free? These are the people who just killed Jesus, and they just die a regular death, and then we're supposed to get punished. The day of the Lord, we're supposed to get hit with that, even though we wasn't the ones who crucified Jesus. When the people who crucified Jesus is supposed to be and they just died a regular death, like nothing happened, like they didn't just kill
You know what though?
the
My
what's
bad,
up?
dog. So you know what they do? Some of these people twist them up and saying that's what regeneration does, right? They try to say, yeah, some people that's here are the like the regenerated version of those people and stuff like that.
Reincarnated.
Reincarnated. My
That's
Yep.
bad, my bad.
that's
Yeah,
I get it
reincarnated.
all the
I
time.
had that I
Get it
had
all
that
the time.
I had
Yeah,
that
that's
thought in
something
my
so trash. Then, so that means one of y'all the reincarnated of Elijah. So
of
one of y'all
that's
reincarnated
fool
of Paul. So what do
that's
like?
foolish.
So we must be Pauls. We must be reincarnations of Pauls over here or something. Like these
That's
weirdos, man.
it's
I
fool
don't
it's
know.
foolish it's foolishness to think that those people would not get what's coming to them for killing the son. Matter of fact, that's what that parable was about. But I'm gonna talk about that parable at the very last. But he says, "And he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to their children, and the hearts of the children, lest I come and smite the land with a curse." Which is, look, this is the second he said Elijah was coming to turn the people's hearts back to the Father. And he says Elijah was John. And then Jesus said, he did it lest I come and smite the land with the curse. That's the second coming. Right there.
I got a question for you on that. I'm gonna save it for later, but
All right.
please continue. I just want to let you know.
That's the second he's telling them he's gonna
So
come
look,
and smite the land with a curse. And that's what he did. He cursed the land of Jerusalem. Jerusalem got destroyed by the Romans, which he used the Romans to do so. But I'm a
look, all right,
I
hold on, look. So you already went through because I was trying to get all those questions out, right? So you went through already what the Antichrist too was too. You already like
yeah,
kind of gave
I
that.
didn't mean to do that.
No,
Elvin
but
went
no, it's
through it.
fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Elvin
It's
went
fine
through it,
though.
and
But
I was like,
I wanted to touch on this because I had an idea of how I wanted to address one of the questions that you had inside. Well, not one of the questions that was in the chat was who is Mystery Babylon, right? The great harlot, right?
that's what I'm gonna get to. That's what I'm gonna get to last, because
All right,
that's
no, I
important.
got you.
that'll frame all of Revelation, what a Revelation is about. It'll tell you exactly what Revelation is about. But
Nah,
it's
got you.
I don't know all of like what each individual thing is, but I know what Mystery Babylon Great is. I don't know what each individual beast is yet. I'm trying to figure it out. But I know 100% what Mystery Babylon the Great is. But
Got you. So
and I'm
this is what I want to
Elvin.
do.
Elvin knows what it is.
I got something I want to do for that. I had like a little fun thing that I kind of wanted to do based on that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me go to our YouTube channel real quick, our page, and I got a funny thing that I wanted to try and do to actually bring that framework out to kind of begin that part off. This is before our viewers and stuff like that. I just kind of wanted to be a little different for them. Let me see if I can share my screen and make this happen. I didn't pre-do this. So let me just see if I can do this really quick. Let's see where, yeah, here we go. All right. Can everybody see this?
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it. I can see it.
All right. So hold on. Let me see if everybody can hear it.
I was finished. I have some other stuff, but that's yeah, I was finished basically.
I'm sorry.
And but Darryl, we're gonna talk to you about something amongst us whenever we're done with this. We got something we want to ask you.
Right. So I just want, hopefully I can, hold on, let me mute this out so hopefully it doesn't.
I'm over here sweating. Shoot.
Might I say I am quite impressed with your presentation, Darryl. Quite well spoken. Quite well spoken.
So I need you guys to let me know if y'all can hear it, okay?
All right, yeah, I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, I'm about to try it again. Let me see something. Oh, okay, let me see. Where is it? Here we go. Where is it? There we go.
No, we can't hear it. I think you got to share audio.
Yeah, I can't hear it neither.
I'm so mad, yo. I'm so mad. I thought that was gonna be so cool if I could have shared the audio from it. I tried to share it, and I think this.
No, they consider that disinfringement.
So if I played the audio to it,
yeah, you can't. That's why whenever you see somebody doing a Facebook story and the music going, they got to say, "I don't own the rights to this music."
All right, so hold up. It says look for the share audio on the next window. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. Oh yeah. I'm gonna be able to do it. Hold on, give me a second. I think I got it.
Okay, so it'll let you share it. That's what's up.
Let's see. Bong, and then click here. I guess it's not gonna let me play it and share it though. All right, so maybe it's all right. So let's try it again. Maybe it'll just let me share the audio from it instead. I think that's important. Tell me if y'all can hear it.
Yeah, that's a negative.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
Oh, that's so trash, y'all.
No, it's to save you from being sued, bro.
Now, yeah, I know the person though. I wasn't gonna get sued though. I mean,
I could dig that. It's just that policy.
I know why they doing it though. I got it. So you know what? Being that I can't do it. Oh yeah, this is the YouTube channel though for all the watchers, man. RPK, Resurrection, Prophecy, and Kingdom. We got a plethora of things out here that we can let you guys see, just in case you didn't know. Hold on, let me get that quick commercial in there. Do my thing. I mean,
and I'm gonna answer that Isaiah too, also.
All right. So go ahead.
I got a bunch of questions, but I'm gonna save them for our personal time.
All right. So y'all can go ahead and take it off because I definitely wanted being that Dawu wasn't here, and I know this is one of his favorite subjects. I literally wanted to go ahead and do that for him because I know who is Mystery Babylon is his favorite thing. But being that he's not here, I wanted to at least play some of his information and stuff like that on it in a fun way. But all right, so where we at now? So yeah, who is Mystery Babylon, the Great Harlot? Elvin, you want to do that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll let y'all take that away.
Go ahead, Elvin. Go ahead and touch it.
Oh, Demetrius, you got it? Go ahead. Demetrius, you got it. You go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is Elvin Israel. I don't know if he said go ahead me touch it, so I just want to do just a little bit free things on it. Then I throw it away. I throw it. I'll pass it off. All right. Revelation chapter 17. All right. First of all, Mystery Babylon is, we know this, it's mystery. It's something that's not going to stick out, right? And the only way that you really can find out uh, anything about a mystery, you got to use the clues. You got to look at some of these context clues and things. So, what was going on in Babylon that have the same elements that's what's going on in this mystery? Well, as you can tell, one of the things that was the same, and then I'm gonna get into it. One of the things that was the same was the worship of the statue. We see that King Nebuchadnezzar built the statue, and he wanted himself to be a worship. And lo and behold, in Revelation, we have a statue being built where the people were supposed to worship it. And then, lo and behold, in Matthew 24, we got Christ telling them, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet. And we know that Daniel spoke on this abomination that was set up inside of the temple. But we know this piggybacks off of what King Nebuchadnezzar did. So it's just trying to throw you back and forth, trying to show you some of these certainties. We have in the book of Revelation the 666, and then we have in the book of Daniel that I believe it was the gold that Nebuchadnezzar had. It came out to be 66. Um, we have the result of a captivity in Babylon. And then in Revelation, we have them speaking on the result of a captivity. We have in Babylon, Daniel, we have Babylon being destroyed by a nation. Well, and behold, we have Mystery Babylon being destroyed by the Most High. So I'm just showing the different elemental um, um, elements that they have in common before I actually get into Mystery Babylon. So you go to Revelation 17, and I just want to walk you through some of these things dealing with Mystery Babylon, some of the attributes. The first thing first, 17 and 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery Babylon, the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Elvin.
Yeah. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, then. So we see that right now. Okay, so the first place I want to go to Hosea. Let's go to Hosea. Where we at? Hosea right there. I'm reading 1 and 2. The beginning of the word of the Lord by Hosea. And the Lord said to Hosea, go take unto thee a wife of whoredoms, and the children of whoredoms, for the land had committed great whoredom, departing from the Lord. And as you read on, we find out that this whore pretty much represents what's going on with the Northern Kingdom, and I believe he hit a little bit on the Southern Kingdom, but this is actually what's going on with the Northern Kingdom right here. And you see right here, Hosea 1 and 10, they're talking about the children of Israel and all that stuff. So I'm just trying to show you correlations on how we can find out who this whore is just using the Torah and the Tanakh, right? So I'm going to try to go to, give me 1 second. I think it is. I didn't write this one down. Hold on, give me 1 second. It would be Jeremiah 3. There we go. Jeremiah 3 and 3. Now, all of this is going to be talking against the nation of Israel and their components. So we're going to go to Jeremiah 3 and 3. I guess I can start at 1. If they say, if a man put away his wife and she go from him and become another's man, shall he return to her again? Shall not the land be greatly polluted? But thou hast played the harlot with many lovers, yet return again to me, said the Lord. So what was said in Revelations 7 and 5? And upon her forehead was the name written, Mystery Babylon, the great mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. So we have here Israel being called a harlot. Had many lovers. Lift up thine eyes unto the high places and see where thou hast not been lying with. In the ways hast thou set for them, as the Arabian in the wilderness. And thou hast polluted the land with thy whoredoms and with thy wickedness. Verse 3. Therefore the showers have been withholden, and there hath been no latter rain. And thou hast a whore's forehead. Thou refusest to be ashamed. So she has a whore's forehead. And here in the book of Revelation 17, we have, and upon her forehead was written, Mystery Babylon, the mother of harlots, the abomination of the earth. So we have Israel here having a whore's forehead. And right here in the book of Revelation 17, this Mystery Babylon on her forehead, she has the word whore. And if we know anything, this is like how they did their crowns and stuff, or they mitres. They used to indent or inscribe words upon these things to show royalty in order for people to pay homage to whomever or whatever that they represent. So this is her being the queen of all harlotry on the earth. She has a whore's forehead, just like Israel had a whore forehead. Many lovers, right? And then also in verse number 4, you got to understand, I mean, how John is trying to lay this out for you
Could
to
you
understand.
specify, possibly for the audience, Brother Elman, what you mean when you say lovers?
Oh, just it's idolatry. This is all about idolatry.
Nah, I was good. I was saying clarify for them. Some of them may not know.
Yeah, this is idolatry. But once you go to verse 4, because it says right here, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. So a lot of the abomination that was going on in the Old Testament was things to go against the character of the Most High. And
You
the
know,
thing,
some people think that harlots are just women going out having sex and stuff. You know what I mean? They don't
well, no,
understand what it truly is.
I finna go through. I mean, and a little bit more of this breakdown,
All right.
because I'm proving that this mystery Babylon is actually Jerusalem. So that's what I'm doing right now. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and the filthiness of her fornication. Right? So this is supposed to put you back, take you back into the mind of, let's go to First Chronicles 29 and 2. Well, I start at 1. Furthermore, David the king said unto the congregation, Solomon my son, whom alone God has chosen, is yet young and tender, and the work is great. For the palace is not for man, but for the Lord God. Now I have prepared with all my might for the house of my God. So this is dealing with the temple. The gold for the things made of gold, and the silver for the things of silver, and the brass for the things of brass, the iron for the things of iron, and wood for the things of wood, onyx stones and the stones to be set, glistering stones and of diverse colors, and all manner of precious stones and marble stones in abundance. Okay, so that's one. I want to go to Exodus 26. I want to start at 29. I'm going to read down to 36. And thou shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars. And thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was show thee in the mount. And thou shalt make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work. With cherubims made shall it be made. And thou shalt hang upon the four pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold upon the four sockets of silver. And I don't have to keep reading. You just keep reading down on how they have right here 36. And thou shalt make an hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. So once you go back into Revelation 17, these are the same attributes that's what's inside that this whore have on. The woman was arrayed in purple, scarlet colors, decked with gold, precious stones, pearls, having the golden cup in her hand, full of abomination and the filthiness of her fornication. So this is all supposed to be taking you back to how they view pretty much the temple. How that first the tabernacle and then the temple. So this is supposed to take you back into remembrance of that. And then you have these descriptive words right here. Mother of harlots, abominations of earth. You have all those descriptive words that was used to describe uh, uh, those inside of the land of Canaan, northern and southern kingdom, throughout the Torah and the Tanakh, or mainly the Tanakh. So now, verse 6, and this is just in case anybody don't know, just in case when John was speaking to them and they didn't get it with this imagery, and if they didn't get it with these words, John, Christ speaking to John, he made it clear and plain again. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. So now, first of all, we know that this is the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, which meant that this was going to be someone that followed the teaching of the Messiah. And then you got the blood of the saints. This is someone, these are the people that predates the teachings of when Christ came down on earth spreading the kingdom message. So you have it right here. You got the blood of the saints and the blood of the martyrs for Christ. So this he's connecting old and new covenant ideals. Blood of the saints, old covenant ideal. Blood of the martyrs of Jesus, new covenant ideal. So he's connecting them both. And he's saying that this woman, this one individual, this one woman has within her hands the blood or within her cup the blood of the saints and martyrs. And we all know that Israel as a nation was the bride of Yahweh. So she was always considered a woman. But once we go to Acts, let's go to Acts 7:52. Which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them which showed before of the coming of the just one. So that's the old covenant right there. Which one have your fathers? It's supposed to take you to the mind of the older days, their ancestors, and they have slain them. Hold on, well, a minute. Sorry, y'all. All right. Which of the prophets have they showed? I just got a message. Sorry about that. I don't understand. Boss, you gotta tell me what you mean. But which of the prophets have not your fathers persecuted? And they have slain them which showed before of the coming of the just one, of whom ye have been now the betrayers and the murderers, right? And then you see here that actually Stephen, this is when Stephen get killed, and eventually you have Paul persecuting the church. In fact, Paul said he persecuted the church up unto death. You have the chief priests giving Paul and etc. and others the authority to go through and get all the Christians, the followers of Christ, throughout all of the providence of Rome and bring them back to Jerusalem to be tried, even to be sentenced to death. So, knowing this information, this is supposed to bring you back to what's actually happening real time in Jerusalem and what has happened real time in Jerusalem. So, verse number, and I'm not gonna keep going on with it. And to show you one more time that this is talking about Jerusalem, right? We go to video is not showing your face. Am I sharing screen? Am I screen sharing?
Yeah, you
Yes.
good?
Yeah, you share.
Okay then. Okay. Right here, Revelation 18. My bad. Well, no, I'm gonna do 17. 17 and 16 right here. It says, "And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire." So now, this is an important attribute to be burned with fire. We got to take this back to Torah right here. And when we go to let me get it, Leviticus 21 and 9. Leviticus 21 and verse number 9. I'm gonna start at 8. Thou shalt sanctify him thereof, for he offered the bread of thy God. He shall be holy unto you, for I, the Lord, will sanctify you, am holy. Now look at verse 9 right here. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, what is supposed to happen to her? She profaned her father. She shall be burnt with fire. So when a priest's daughter commits whoredom, her judgment was to be burned with fire. And woe and behold, in Revelation chapter 17, we have the judgment right here. And shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. You go to Revelation 18, same thing, verse 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine. What is that right there? That is the four horsemen right there. That's the four horsemen. But Revelation 18 said it's coming quickly. So this is the song of Moses, because we got to understand death, mourning, famine, all things dealing with the four horsemen, all things dealing with the song of Moses. The only people that came under judgment of the Song of Moses was the people who had the law. The law was for them to stay inside of the land of Canaan. I teach you this Deuteronomy 4 and so forth. I give you these statutes and judgments for you to go inside of the land and prolong your life and to stay. When they was getting ready to get kicked out of the land, that's when the Song of Moses started being sung. So Revelation 18 and 8, you have the Song of Moses being sung. It said it's going to happen in one day. It's coming quickly. The only people that could get the Song of Moses was those inside of the land of Canaan. In the first century, they wasn't concentrating more on the land of Canaan anymore. Everything was centered around what was going on in Jerusalem. So here you have the Song of Moses being sung in Jerusalem. And what's happening? And she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. So this was a judgment against Jerusalem for the idolatry, for the whoredom that they had played with other gods. And I'm going to end it with one more quote and let somebody else have it. It was spoken of when Christ, when they was getting ready to crucify Christ. Two things was said to them. First thing, well, I guess I can pull it up. Let me see here. This would be Matthew 27 and 25. And it says, then answered all the people and said, his blood be on us and on our children. You see, Pilate said, when Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See you to it. So he said, hey, I'm innocent. I don't want to kill him. But the Jews responded, his blood be on us and our children. And within 40 years, his blood was on them and their children. That's what they agreed to. That's what they wanted.
Mhm.
And what it was asked earlier, is this your king? They said, we have no king but Caesar. So they gave their power to Caesar. They made a covenant with Caesar. They said that they wanted the judgment that came against the Christ in Jerusalem. So now you have all of these things that centered around Jerusalem. How can we make Mystery Babylon be America or Rome or Russia or any country in Asia? How can it be any of these places when Jerusalem was the center of everything in the first century? Not only worship, but judgment. And I am done with that.
All right.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Who's next?
I'll go next. I'll share my screen. Share screen. Can y'all see my screen?
Yep. I see it.
All right. So, who is Mystery Babylon the Great? So, I'm gonna start with Revelation 17, 1 through 6. I'm not gonna read all the 1 through 6, but I'm gonna breeze over it just to get where this Mystery Babylon come from. And there came one of the seven angels which had the seven vials and talked to me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore. Okay, that's one of the names, great whore, that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the land, this should be land. I'll touch on that one day. Have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the land have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit until the wilderness, and I saw a woman. Okay, so this is the great whore, and this is the woman, sit upon a scarlet colored beast full of names of blasphemy and having 7 heads and 10 horns. So the beast had the 7 heads and 10 horns, and she was sitting upon it. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her head was the name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And that's the last verse I'm gonna read, and I'm gonna explain. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs, Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. So this woman, this harlot. Okay, so I'm gonna start. I'm gonna identify who this person was. So first, I'm gonna start here. The woman herself was arrayed in purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of. So purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. So this is a description of the temple. Elvin might have spoke on this, but I had got distracted a little bit from a phone call, but I don't know if he did. But he spoke on some of the stuff, and I was there for some of the stuff. But if you look up what Moses instilled inside of the temple, you can just Google. You can do a word search and go scarlet, right? All right, so look, the gates of the temple, the all the stuff inside the temple. The gate of the court shall be hanging of 20 cubits of blue and purple and scarlet and fine line wrought with needles, and their pillars shall be 4. This is the building of the temple, and they shall take gold and purple and blue and scarlet and fine linen. This is all the same things as the woman inside of Revelation that she wore. And they shall make the ephod of gold and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and yada yada yada. If you keep going, this is the building of the temple. This is this is what the temple contained, which was located inside of Jerusalem. So if anyone were to read, if a Jew from the first century or any Jew prior to the first, well, Revelation was written in the first century. So any Jew in the first century read Revelation where it says the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones, which was the 12 stones that the 12 stones that the onyx, sardonyx, emerald, the stones that the high priest wore on his and all the other precious stones. They embezzled parts of the temple and yada 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 with the pearls and everything. But if they were to read this, they would understand, oh, this woman is talking about Jerusalem, because Jerusalem was the temple in Jerusalem was what was arrayed in this fine luxury it was all around the temple was purple and scarlet and gold, precious stones and pearls, just like this woman in Revelation. It's not a literal woman, he's speaking figuratively. And then she had in her hand a cup full of abominations, the golden cup, which I think this is the golden cups that were inside of the temple, actually, that held the wine and whatnot, and the table of showbread. But yeah, and upon her head was written a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great. So upon her head was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. Elvin brought this up. I was here for that. Where if you go to, let me exit this out. You go to Matthew, not Matthew. Let me see. Let me see. Well, Elvin brought it up, but oh wait, no, it's Jeremiah. Jeremiah. Where is Jeremiah? I exited it out. Jeremiah 3. He says it's Jerusalem has a harlot's forehead. Yeah. Therefore, and there hath been no latter rain, and thou hadst a whore's forehead. Thou refusest to be ashamed. This is the Lord speaking to basically Israel and basically to Jerusalem, that they had a whore's forehead, which Elvin already went through that, so I'm not going to go through it again. Let me see. Matthew 23. Why do I have Matthew 23 here? Oh, okay. So Revelation 17, it says, and I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw, I wondered in great admiration. So this woman was drunken with the blood of the saints and with the martyrs of Jesus. So who was the people killing the saints in the first and the martyrs of Jesus? Who was the people killing the disciples and the prophets of way back when? I mean, this you know the answer. It said, Jesus said it, "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you that killest the prophets and stonest them which sent it unto thee, how often would I have gathered thy children under blah, blah, not blah, 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 but you get the gist." And he says, "Behold, your house is left unto you desolate." So this is a prophecy against Jerusalem, because Jerusalem was killing the prophets. Jesus accused them right here. He said, "Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them ye shall scourge in your synagogues and persecute them from city to city, that upon you," now he's talking to the first century Jews, the Pharisee, he's talking about it, he says up here, the Pharisees, "Woe unto you, scribes." So he's talking to the Pharisees and the scribes, and he says, "That upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, the land, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias son of Berechiah, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar." And actually, this was a future prophecy, but I'm gonna get to that one day. "Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation." So he said that generation of people were the people, or and the previous generations, but he's saying the revenge of the slaying of the righteous from Abel to Zacharias will be carried out on that generation of people, which ended up happening 40 years later, which is a generation, literally. But the people, the point I wanted to make was, the woman that was drunk, the people that killed the saints and the prophets, according to Jesus, what Jesus said in Matthew 23, was Jerusalem. So that this woman is Jerusalem. She was the one, Jerusalem was the one drunk with the blood of the saints and the martyrs of Jesus. Now that that's established, you go to Luke 13. Luke 13, Jesus said, Luke 13 and 33, he said, "Nevertheless, I must walk today and tomorrow and the day following, for it cannot be that a prophet perish outside of Jerusalem." Now, and then, oh, right here he says, "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, which killest the prophets." So this is the parallel text to Matthew 23. But he says, it's not possible for a prophet to perish outside of Jerusalem, letting you know that the people who were killing the prophets were the Jews. So that in Revelation 17, the women that was drunk with the blood of the saints and with the martyrs of Jesus was the Jews and Jerusalem. It's impossible for it to have been any way else, according to Jesus. And we're gonna go to, I already did the harlot's forehead. All right, so that's the end of Revelation 17. So I'm gonna exit that. No, I'm gonna keep it up there. Revelation 11, right here, and 8. It says, "And their dead bodies shall lie in the streets of the great city." Now, this great city is a key word. This is talking about Jerusalem, and it'll tell you, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. Now, where was the Lord crucified? This is common knowledge. Everyone knows this. He was crucified in Jerusalem. You can go pull up the scriptures, but even a child will know that Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem. But it says which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt. Now, is Jerusalem or the land of Israel or Jerusalem spiritually called Sodom and Egypt in Scripture? Let's see. You go to, or you could say, what great city is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt? You can go to, where is it? Yada yada yada. Let me see. Isaiah 10, 1 and 10. You just go there. Hear the word of this is the Lord talking to Israel, because by this time Isaiah was being written, Sodom and Gomorrah was already destroyed. So he's not talking about actual Sodom and Gomorrah. He's talking about spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah. But you go up to the first verse, he says, "The vision of Isaiah the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. Judah and look at this, Judah and Jerusalem. Look at that, and the kings of Judah. So this is Jerusalem that he's talking to. You scroll down to get to verse 10. God, look at the top. God is mad. He says, "Hear the word of the Lord." He's talking to the Jerusalem and Judah. He says, "Ye rulers of Sodom." He called Jerusalem and Judah rulers of Sodom, meaning that they're wicked. They're the wickedest of the wicked. "Give ear unto the law of our God, ye people of Gomorrah." He called them Sodom and Gomorrah. And he says, "To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me?" This is the daily sacrifice or the sacrifices, the burnt offerings. "Saith the Lord, I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and fat of beasts, and I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of he-goats." So we know who was doing the sacrifices. So this is talking about Judah and Jerusalem, and he's calling them spiritually. He called them Sodom, so that any Jew who would have read Revelation and saw this what was it, Revelation 11, and saw that this great city was spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. And I can't find the Egypt part, but I found the Sodom part. So I found the Egypt part before, but I don't remember where it was. But the Sodom part I remember, where also the Lord was crucified. So the great city is Jerusalem. Now this great city is also called. This is important. This great city is also called in Revelation, in the same book, is called Mystery Babylon. And we know what Mystery Babylon, the mother of all harlots. So this great city is also called Mystery Babylon in Revelation. And I'm gonna pull up some of the verses right now. Revelation 16 and 19. Revelation 16, 19. Right here. The great city was divided into three parts, and the cities of the nations fell, and great Babylon came in remembrance before God to get. So the great city got divided, and the cities of the nation. Actually, that one isn't as clear, but I'm gonna bring up another one because that one isn't as
Try
concrete.
try
People could.
Revelation 11 and 8.
I did that one already. I'm
My bad.
hold up. Yeah, I had did that one already. I'm showing that the great city in Revelation is in Revelation 11 and 8 is it's also Mystery Babylon, the great harlot, the woman with the arrayed in purple and scarlet. And it says, "And the woman which thou sawest is that great city which reigneth over the kings of the land." This is incorrect translation, should be land. But the woman is that great city, is the great city. This is the same great city that's mentioned in Revelation 11 and 8. You can pull up another verse if you don't and Revelation 18 and 10, it says, "Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, alas, alas, that great city, Babylon, that mighty city." See, that great city. So we already established that in Revelation 11 and 8, the great city is Jerusalem. And then you go to Mystery Babylon being called that great city. Or you go to there's another verse. There's like I'm gonna pull up one more, and then I'm just because there's a lot of verses that say that it's all in Revelation as well. "Alas, alas, that great city, you see, that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious." So this is all, and this is talking about Mystery Babylon being destroyed. So that great city is Mystery Babylon. It's the place where the Lord was crucified, the place that's spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, the place that's where is it? Where is it? The place that is clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones. And so all four of those let you know who Mystery Babylon, and the place that killed the prophets and was drunk with the blood of the saints, and yada yada yada. All that spells out Jerusalem, not modern day Rome, not that doesn't exist, that is weak, not America, America did not kill Jesus or the disciples. Not Jamaica, not China, not Europe, not the European Union. First century Jerusalem. That's it. And here are all the verses. Well, no, I'm not going to show all the verses. You can also go to Revelation 18 and 18, Revelation 18 and 19, and Revelation 18 and 21. They'll all say the great city and identify the same great city in Revelation 11 and 8 that we already identified as Jerusalem. Okay? Now, last but not least, well, actually, that's it. That's all I got. So, Jerusalem is mystery Babylon, the great harlot of Revelation. All of Revelation is about Jesus and the Father getting revenge on Jerusalem for killing his son. That's the whole, and the new kingdom being set up, the new spiritual kingdom. This is why this is why Jerusalem is basically the desert, because of what the Romans did. Now that you got these new people moving in there, but regardless, Jerusalem was destroyed for the last time. There is no third temple that's going to be built. That temple that is talking about in Revelation was the second temple that was supposed to be destroyed, which it did, like Jesus said it was going to during the generation he said it was going to happen, and yada yada yada. And that's I rest my case. That's all I got for question 5 that is in the chat.
Cool. Thank you, brother.
I'm sweating.
RPK 2.0, you're good luck. We're gonna go ahead and move it on to the Ezekiel 2 question. And I believe the brother Elvin said he had the breakdown for that one.
Yeah, I got it. Yes, sir. All right, so we're gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it straight for what Isaiah is speaking on, and then hopefully show the fulfillment. So Isaiah chapter 2. I think was the questions this 2 through 3, right?
I got
2
it
through 4.
2 through 4.
2 4. Yeah.
All right, bet. All right. Backstory for the Jews. Backstory for the Jews first. John. Here's the backstory for the Jews. John 1 and 1, and then I'm gonna read a couple down to like 3. Then I'm gonna jump down to verse 14. All right. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the same was in the beginning with God. So we have 2 deities right here. Is my screen being shared?
Yes.
Okay.
Praise God. Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. And 3. All things were made by him. By who? The Word. And without him was not anything made that was made. So you got the Word made everything. Verse 14. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory as of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. So we see that there is a difference between the Father and the Word. Even though there was 2 deities, and one deity made everything, which was the Word, he had a Father. Okay, so now that's one of the most important things that we can find out about what's going on in the New Testament. So, and I don't know what's going on. Hey, my bad. My. I guess it's on my end. My computer has just froze. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now, so once you go to, I guess we can go to Jeremiah. Let me see here. All right, so we see right here Jeremiah 1 and 2. to whom the word of the Lord came in the days of Josiah, the son of Amos. So you go right here, and you can go all through Jeremiah. The Lord said this, the Lord that, the word of the Lord did this. See right here, verse Jeremiah 1:13. And the word of the Lord came unto me the second time. So according to the first century Jews, when you see in the Torah and the Tanakh anything about the word of the Lord, this is automatically speaking about Christ, the Messiah, automatically. When you see anything about somebody creating something in the Torah and the Tanakh, this is talking about Christ. Christ was the creator God. He was the word of the Lord. He was the one only in subjection to the Father. Everything else was him. He was in subjection to the Father. So we got to do that. We had to do that backstory first. So now let's find out what Isaiah is speaking on, because if you don't know that backstory, you be lost throughout all of it. So Isaiah 2:1, the word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. So this will be the Jews and Jerusalem. And it came to pass in the last days. This is the same last days that Brother Darrell brought up earlier, which will be the fourth beast. The fourth beast, who he told y'all was actually the Roman Empire. And it should come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains. So now we got the mountain of the Lord's house. Now, if you go into the book of Daniel, we find out that the mountain was Jerusalem. So now we got the mountain of the Lord's house, which will be another type of Jerusalem, shall be established in the top of the mountains. But I'm not going to do a lot of spiritualizing right now, because this is a spiritual thing. I'm just going to go straight to it. And shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow into it. And many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. And he will teach us his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. So these little dots right here, right? These semicolons, right? It's expounding that a subject is fin to a new subject is fin to be introduced per se, or a correlating subject is fin to be expounded upon. So this is an expounding upon the words that just was said. This is what the translators try to do in order to make the flow of the Hebrew a little bit easier for us English speakers. And verse 4, and he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. All right, so now here's the breakdown first, and then I'm going to show the fulfillment. We know we have the word of the Lord right here from Jerusalem. So the only place that the word of the Lord was in Jerusalem is in what we call the New Testament. And we know the New Testament was written under the Roman rulership. So according to Daniel, we are in the right timeline. Isaiah said this is supposed to happen in the last days. This is supposed to happen in the last days, right here, when the word of the Lord was on the earth. So we can find it inside of the New Testament. Now, what is he doing right here? For out of Zion should go forth the law. Up here earlier, it says, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us his ways. His ways has to be the law. This is how Hebrew parallelism works. They say it one way, then they say the exact same subject another way expounding upon what was previously said. So he will teach us his ways, which is the law. So he will teach us his ways is the law. Now, this is the part where a lot of people is not going to like the reality of what scripture teaches. Can y'all hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
All right,
Yes,
thank you.
sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So this is going to be the point that a lot of people don't like. Out of Zion, if the his ways up here is the law down here, then guess who the word of the Lord is right here? None other. Let me get that off my screen real fast. I don't even know if that popped up on y'all screen, but it popped up on mine. None other than the God of Jacob. Let me say it again. The law to teach us his ways, parallelism, is the bringing forth the law here. So the God of Jacob will be the word of the Lord here. That's what the New Testament was teaching. The God of Jacob, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, was the Messiah, not the Father, but the Son. And a lot of people don't like that. In fact, this is why they tried to kill him in the book of John. He asked them. Oh, well, they asked him. They was having a dialogue, and he said they brought up Abraham, and he was like, Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and they was like, you ain't number what? You ain't even 50 years old yet. How you talking about Abraham rejoiced to see your day? And he said, before Abraham was, I am. And immediately they tried to kill him because they know he was insinuating that he was the I am of the Torah. So now you have them, the Pharisees, actually asking him again, are you the Son of God? Because they knew the Messiah, the Word, was the Son of God. They knew the Messiah was the Creator. Moses made sure he explained this thoroughly in the Torah, as well as oral tradition. So when they asked him, are you the Messiah? Are you the Son of God? And he said, I am. The first thing they replied was blasphemy. Blasphemy. And then they tried to kill him, tried to stone him, because they knew what he was saying. And that's why when he told the chief priest, you would see me on the right hand of the power coming on clouds. He took that from Daniel. The only person that was coming on the clouds in Daniel was the Ancient of Days. Now, I know there's a word play in Daniel that says the Son of Man came into the Ancient of Days, but you got to actually reread Daniel pretty much coming out of the Greek, and it actually explains a little bit more. But Christ, just for the people who don't understand, Christ made it even clearer. Christ said, the Father judges no one. All judgment is given unto the Son. And the Ancient of Days in the book of Revelation, they describe Christ as the Ancient of Days in Revelation chapter 1, just in case anybody want to look at that. But the Ancient of Days, what was he doing in the book of Daniel? Sitting down, getting ready to judge. Not have any dealing with any judging any man. And in just case they didn't know it, Christ made it plain. The Father ain't judging no one. So anytime you see somebody about judging in the book of Revelation, sitting down, any judging, that's Christ. So now, this sets the story. So now we have out of Zion coming forth a law, and Christ teaching people that's flocking to him. And when he's teaching these people that's flocking to him, what is the response? They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. What is that supposed to take you back? The Garden of Eden. It's supposed to take you back to the Garden of Eden, where they are now gardeners. They are now dealing with agriculture and things. And once again, look how you do it right here. Y'all see how the English translators separated with colon and colon, or I think the semicolons. But anyway, you see, he explains it one way here. Then he explains it the same thing another way. And then he come down here and explain the same thing another way. Same explanation 3 times, 3 different ways. He shall judge among the nations and shall rebuke many people. What does that look like? That look like them beating their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. What does that look like? That looks like them not lifting up sword against each other, neither shall they learn war no more. So in other words, all of this means peace. That's all that means, peace. It's going to be peace. So now let's go to the fulfillment. We got to find the Lord, or who I said was Christ. We got to find Christ under the Roman Empire, who I say is the last days. We got to find Christ going up on a mountain, teaching people to be peaceful. We got to find it.
Can I chime in for like 3 seconds? I just want to say something real quick.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna save all of my follow-up questions that we have for our own time. You know what I mean? Right now, we're gonna stick to the question asked and the answer given.
Okay.
And the follow-up questions that I have, I'll ask in the personal time once the live is over.
Okay, well, yes, sir.
All right.
So now let's go to the fulfillment. We go to Matthew chapter 4. What's going on in Matthew 4? He's telling them, and he said unto them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. So now I want to look up what this, because this is for my own personal thing real fast. I want to look up what this pruning hook is. A pruning hook is, and if anybody know what a pruning hook is, you can please.
Yeah, you just prune your crops with it, man. If you like pruning trees.
Okay, so it's a pruning knife.
It's just pruning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's meant for
to shear away unnecessary branches.
There you go. There we go. Get rid of anything
weeds,
unnecessary.
stuff like that.
I bet. Get rid of anything unnecessary. Gotcha. Okay then. Okay. So now back to formulating. So first he said in Matthew 4, I will make you fishers of men. And they knew anything about fish. And the reason why I'm pulling this up is, hold on, let me get it back. Where we at? Right here. I will make you fishers of men. What we extrapolate from that is that fish, when they was fishing back then, they didn't say we're only going to get bass. Any other fish that come on our boat, we're gonna throw it back. We only want one specific type of fish. No, the fishers back then, anything that was kosher that they could use, they took and they sold it to other people to put in their markets. So this to show you with the imagery, even though that land that they was in might have had an overpopulation of 1 or 2 different type of fish, it doesn't mean that other type of fish that was within the bounds could not enter into their nets and get caught up. I just wanted to throw that out there. For the Isaiah 2 said nations. So now, this is what's going on right here. Christ going around preaching the gospel of the kingdom. Verse 24, and his fame went throughout all Syria, and they brought unto him all sick people that were taken with diverse diseases and torments, and those which were possessed with devils, and those which were lunatic, and those that had the palsy, and he healed them. If you don't know anything about the Jews, they feel like anybody that had these diseases were unclean. They would not have been considered law abiders. They would have been considered sinners per se. So these were all of the sinners, all of the unclean people. 5. And there followed him great multitudes of people from Galilee and from Decapolis and from Jerusalem and from Judea and from beyond the Jordan. So right here, Christ has a nation of people following him, a mixed multitude of people following him. So what Matthew is doing, he's taking you back. He's making you remember what happened when they came out of Exodus and Moses took a large population of mixed people with him. So Christ is doing the same thing. So now let's find out what Christ did in Matthew chapter 5. And seeing the multitudes, he went up into a mountain. Woe and behold, when Moses had a multitude, he went up into the mountain. And when he was set, his disciples came unto him. When Moses went into the mountain, he had to take the elders with him and etc. too. And he came down giving them a covenant, an old covenant. So now let's see what Christ is doing in this mountain, because according to Isaiah chapter 2, the nation shall flow into it. So he have the mixed multitude of people from those areas that he was at. And what happened? Many people shall come and say, let us go into the mountain of the Lord. Lo and behold, Christ is on the mountain, and to the house of God, and he will teach us his ways. So while he's in this mountain, he's teaching these people from these nations. So now Christ, he has the mountain, he has the mixed multitude. So now what does Christ got to do? According to Isaiah 2, the word of the Lord is supposed to be teaching his ways. And when he teach his ways, they're supposed to bring peace. So let's see what happened with Christ taught. And he opened his mouth and taught them. So now we got Christ teaching them. We got Moses taught them first. Now we got Christ teaching them. Moses was in the mountain. Christ is in the mountain. Isaiah said while he's in the mountain, he's going to teach us his ways, not the ways of Moses. He's going to teach us his ways. So now, 5 and 3. This is what Christ is teaching them. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely, for my sake. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. So you got the God of Jacob, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, teaching a mixed multitude of people how to inherit a kingdom that only the Father had been in. Once again, you got Christ, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Messiah, sitting down, teaching people, not the law of Moses, not curses, not food, not Sabbaths, none of that. He's teaching them peaceful things. He's teaching them to be poor in spirit, be meek, be thirst and hunger for righteousness, be merciful, be pure in heart, be a peacemaker. And if you're persecuted for righteousness' sake, you will be blessed in the heavenly kingdom. So we got Christ, the word of the Lord, teaching a new type of law that's going to get them into the kingdom. Christ teaching them how to get the inheritance, not to do the law of Moses, but how to get the inheritance of the kingdom. So you have the nations right here that flowed into the mountain, and Christ being on that mountain, teaching them the way, his way, the way that he said that he came to do his father's will. So his way, which is his father's way, his father's will. So you have Isaiah 2 being fulfilled right here in Matthew chapter 5, almost word for word. Almost. So that will be the fulfillment of Isaiah 2 right here by the word himself in Matthew 5. I'm done. I'm done. If anybody want to add anything else to it.
Anybody else want to touch on it before I ask the next question?
Nope, I got nothing.
Nothing. Go ahead, brother.
All
All right,
right.
ask the question.
My next question is Isaiah 11, 11 and 12. Has that happened? And if it has, show me where I can find that in the scripture as well.
They what? 11?
Isaiah 11, 11 and 12. Actually, and I'm sorry I didn't let everyone know. I thought I did. I informed Elvin. I put it in the WhatsApp chat. A list of what I was going to ask questions based off of, kind of to give you guys a heads up and forward to already have everything already prepared. You know what I mean? And that's my bad that I didn't, reiterate that further enough.
Well, no, well, it's all good. I can get it if anybody don't. Anybody want to take a stab at it before I take a stab at it?
Yeah, because I got a few more questions though. So
Oh,
Well, bet.
I'm checking
you know
it
what I
out.
mean. So I'm like I said, any follow up questions that I have, I'll save for after the live. You know, that's personal.
Hey,
They got to be Patreon for that. You know what I mean? That's personal information. That's between us.
Yeah. Go ahead, Elvin. You got it.
all right, bet.
I'm end up
So
piggybacking off Elva.
okay,
But
so we got Isaiah 11 and 12, right? And he shall, first of all, 11, 11, it should come to pass in that day that the Lord should set up his hand again the second time. So this is the second time. Number 2, to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush, from Elam and from Shinar and from Hamath and from the islands of the sea. So the first time he did it, when he was bringing them in from the Babylonian captivity, and they came back into the land of Israel, and the law was reestablished to them under Ezra. So now and he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. So now we have a gathering by this root of Jesse, right? This root of Jesse is gathering Israel into him. So the first thing first, we got to go and find out where this was prophesied to happen at, and then we're going to show when this was fulfilled. Okay, so now you go to Genesis 49 and 10. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. So we have right here that Isaiah is loosely quoting Torah. So we have the gathering of the people, not into a specific land per se, but into more of an individual or into Christ. So we got the people actually gathering into Shiloh. So now, so whatever Shiloh got going on, the people was gathering into him. So now, Isaiah 66 tells us around the time this is going to occur. You got Isaiah 66 and let's see here, 15. For behold, the Lord would come with fire and with chariots like a whirlwind to render his anger with fury and his rebuke with flames. For by fire and by his sword shall the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many. They that sanctify themselves and purify themselves and eating swine flesh and all that, right? So now, this is verse 18. For I know their works and their thoughts. It shall come that I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. So that's the gathering together of the nations right there. And I will set a sign among them, and I will send those that escape of them unto the nations. So now, this is the most important part. He said that he's going to gather everyone together first, right? He's going to gather everyone together. But here in Isaiah 66, we find out that he's actually sending people out, people who have escaped from his sword. The Lord would plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many. So we see people that have escaped from this judgment, and those people that escape from this judgment are to go into the nations, to Tarshish, Pul, and Lud, that draw the bow, and to Tabal and Javan, to the isles afar off, that have not heard my fame, neither have seen my glory. And they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles. How we know? Because these people are under Japhet right here, right? So these people, he's declaring his, and I don't know if any of them is under Ham, but I know Javan and Tarshish and all of them was up under Japhet. But anyway, you can do that your own
All of
self.
the every nation you just read comes from Japhet.
Yeah, every
Okay,
single one of them. That's Japhet.
I bet. So we know that these are the Gentiles. So we have someone who have escaped, these people who have escaped from this war. And when they escape from this war, they don't run and hide. They go take the glory. They go take whatever who just happened, whatever happened, and they take that information unto the descendants of Japhet. And then what happened? And they shall bring all your brethren for an offering unto the Lord out of all nations upon horses and in chariots and in litters and upon mules and upon swift beasts to my holy mountain Jerusalem, said the Lord, as the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel into the house of the Lord. And I will take of them for priests and for Levites, said the Lord. So now, what's going on here? We have the Gentiles finding out about the Lord. And while the Gentiles are finding out about the Lord, aka they are converting, they are going through a conversion. So while they are going through this conversion, what is happening? Now, the brethren, the Israelites, they are now being brought back from amongst the Gentiles by the Gentiles. So what are the Gentiles doing? They are no longer looking at Israel as regular individuals. They're paying homage to them for having such a powerful God. So now in imagery, they say, oh, y'all are the chosen, y'all were the chosen people. Okay, we're going to get some of the things that you got going on. We're going to join whatever you got going on. And that joining, now all nations is going back into the holy mountain. We see that in Isaiah chapter 2. But look what's going on here. And I will also take of them for priests and for Levites. So he's not concentrating on the descendants of Levi anymore. He said the people that you bring, the people that's getting brought in, he's going to take from those people, priests and Levites. So it's no longer about a bloodline anymore to be a priest or a Levite. It's from the people who listen and to whatever those people that escaped said. They listened to whatever those people that escaped said. They believed them, and now they are able to flow into the holy mountain Jerusalem and become a priest for the Lord. Verse 22. For as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall remain before me, said the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. So now we have a promise of the new heaven and the new earth. What happened in the old heaven and the old earth? Adam, Eve ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Death came upon them and their descendants. So now we have a new heaven, a new earth, a new beginning. And within this new beginning, we're starting off with new priests again. But these new priests, they're not going of the ways of Adam because they are following the Most High now. They're following the Most High. And it says 23, and it should come to pass that from one new moon to the other, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, said the Lord. So all that is saying is forever. From one new moon to another. That's weekly. That's all doing all of these feast days and stuff. From one Sabbath to another. A new moon, that's monthly. Sabbath is weekly, and doing the feast days and all that stuff. So it's just another way for him to say forever, they will all come to me. So the question is, when did this happen? It happened when they had to flee. It happened during this day that the Lord was coming with fire and with sword. And according to Malachi, let me just get this real fast. According to Malachi 4, for behold, the day cometh that shall burn as an oven, and all proud, yea, all that do wickedly shall be stubble, and the day that cometh shall burn them up. We have Christ saying in Isaiah, he's going to come with fire, and the fire is going to burn them up. But Malachi 4 and 5 tells us a clue. I will send Elijah the prophet before the coming great and dreadful day of the Lord. So first, the day of the Lord occurs, and then everybody flows into into Jerusalem. But the question is, if the day of the Lord is destroying Jerusalem, how are they flowing into Jerusalem? Well, it can't be natural Jerusalem. And that's when the New Testament comes in and explains that this is a heavenly Jerusalem. And I'm just going to show you real fast Matthew chapter 2. This is what John the Baptist was teaching. Sorry, Matthew 3. This is what John the Baptist was teaching. 3 and 7. But he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism. He said unto them, O generation of vipers, who have warned you to flee from the wrath to come. Isaiah warned somebody that they was going to flee, but he's asking the Pharisees and Sadducees who warned them to flee because they didn't have fruits for repentance. So he explains here in 11, I indeed baptize you with water into repentance, but he that cometh with me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Spirit and fire, whose fan is in the hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner. That's the gathering right there. And he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. And then we find out from the book of Revelation and etc., that the gathering occurred, and then y'all, I promise I'm done. The gathering occurred when, let me see, when the woman, Revelation 12, right here. This is when the gathering occurred, right here. You got the great red dragon trying to make war, and the great red dragon, and he drew the third part of the stars of heaven and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered for to devour her child as soon as it was born. And she brought forth a man child who was to rule all nations. And her child was caught up into God. So that's the when he died, and to his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared of God. So the woman was actually fleeing into the wilderness. Isaiah said that they was going to come back into the holy mountain, Jerusalem. So we find out now this holy mountain that they're coming into is actually in the wilderness. Lo and behold, the mountain that what Moses went into was in the wilderness. So all this is saying is they was going to acknowledge the Messiah was the Messiah, and then they was going to be together in a place and expand the gospel. And that's exactly what happened. When the disciples fled into the mountains, they went into Pella, and then they went over to other areas and eventually ended up in Africa and etc., just like it said. So that gathering together was something that happened amongst the elect, and they expanded and spread Christianity. And since Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 AD, that is why we can be in America 2,000 years later talking about this man called Jesus the Christ, because of what happened in 70 AD. And I'm done. So that gathering was spiritual as well as natural.
Um, I don't, I don't have an answer to that. But um, let me see. What did he say? Isaiah 11, was it fulfilled?
Yes, sir.
Let me see. Let me see. All right, Isaiah 11:11, right? I'm gonna share my screen because he's talking about Isaiah 11. So I'm gonna drop down to 11:11. Let me see. Wait. Let me see. Let me see. It should be a root of Jesse. And that Isaiah 11. And that day should be a root of Jesse, which is we know it's Jesus, which shall stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the nation. I say this word Gentile is translated incorrectly. It's the word nations, and it's also translated in the New Testament as Gentiles, but nations, Gentiles, it's just generally the same word. But to it shall the nations seek, and his rest shall be glorious. So they would the nations would gather unto this root of Jesse, which we know is Jesus. And it shall come to pass in that day, the Lord shall set his hands again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and Egypt and Pathros and Cush and Elam and Shinar and Hamath from the islands of the sea. Now, if the remnants of his people, so it's talking about Israelites, that they will be regathered back into they will be regathered back from it says four corners of the earth, but I say this is also a translation error. It's land, four corners of the land, but it doesn't specify what land, but that these scattered, this is the diaspora from when the Assyrian captivity, and when and the Jews were also scattered around a lot of what was it, the Roman Empire. Basically, they were scattered all around those areas, up in Italy, Greece. It lists here Egypt, Pathros, Kush, which is in Africa, Elam, which is in Assyria, and Shinar, which is over in Assyria, over in the Middle East. But these Jews and northern kingdomers and southern kingdomers, when Jesus popped up on the scene, they were scattered. So they had to be gathered to this root of Jesse. The nations be gathered, and the remnant of his people will be gathered back unto him. The way that this was done was through Paul and Paul and the disciples. They were sent out and went to these areas. You can see where Paul wrote his letters to Rome and Romans, Corinth, Ephesus, yada 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 yada. So they went and gathered, and you read in where is it at? Where is it? It was Pentecost when the Holy Spirit was given to the people. Do you guys know where is that at? Is it in Acts?
That's Acts 2.
Acts 2,
Acts
yeah.
2.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see that they were the glory of the Lord. They saw the people who came. Let me see. Let me go find it. Yeah, see. So it was Jews out of and there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. So they all came from all around the world, every nation under heaven, according to them, every nation. So this is what I meant when I said this is their world that they're talking about. When it says world in the scripture, it's talking about their world, the world that they knew. Okay, so that's why it says every nation under heaven, without including America and South America and Antarctica, because that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about their nation. But you keep going. Now, when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. So this is when they got. Wait, I skipped the part when they got the Holy Spirit. And they were all filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them utterances. So let me see. It's gonna say wherein we were born, Parthians and Medes. So these are where the Jews came from. These Jews that came to Jerusalem. They came from Parthia, Media, Elam, Mesopotamia, Judea, Cappadocia, Pontus, Asia, Phrygia, Pamphylia, Egypt, parts of Libya, which is in Africa, Cyrene, which is also in Africa, Rome, Jews and proselytes, meaning Israelites, Judeans, and converts. Cretes, which is from Crete, which is in I forgot where, somewhere in the Middle Eastern Sea, somewhere over there. Arabia. So all these Jews came from all over the world. This is the gathering together of the and there's another verse somewhere in the scripture where it's mentioned that he would place his laws within their hearts and give them, I don't know what verse it is, but this gathering together is this already occurred. So people are expecting this gathering to happen in our future, when in Acts it tells you that these people were gathered from all across the world. These people who came to Jerusalem to get to, and they got the Holy Spirit. Shall assemble the outcasts of Israel. These are the people who, the northern kingdom that got sent off, and gathered together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the land, not earth. The dispersed of Judah Jews were also around, all around. So that gathering was fulfilled in the first century. The envy of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not envy Judah. This is the northern kingdom and southern kingdom hating each other, which when Jesus came on the scene, he broke that. He tried to stop them from hating each other, because they hated each other since of old, the olden days, back in when King Solomon and had sinned. But that's my take. That's just a short take on it, because I'm not gonna lie and say I understand the whole verse, but that's part of what I understand about it. Um, and yes, the where they would be eventually the people that escaped the judgment of Israel were the disciples. They escaped. They left before the Romans finally destroyed it. Actually, I was going to do a video on that. Not a video, but I was going to try to include it in here. But it's going to take a it's history it's historical information. But there was a guy by the name of Cestius Gallus, and he was in 66 AD. Remember that date. He came to Jerusalem and he tried to conquer the temple. He almost got the temple. He almost conquered the temple and would have ended the war that ended really. It ended in 70 AD. But if he would have continued to attack the Jews and conquer the temple, this man would have he would have won the war early. But what ended up happening, and I say it's by it's by God's doing. He ended up leaving mysteriously. He just left. He got to the temple, was about to win, and just turned away and decided to leave. And what ended up happening was this was when a thing called the flight to Pella, which is what uh uh Elvin mentioned. It's called the Christian flight to Pella. When uh after Cestus Gallus did what he did in 66 AD, after he got to the temple, he brung his the Roman army, which he was a Roman general. He brought the Roman army with, if you let me show you what the Roman army looked like. They brought their ensigns, which is the eagle, which is this eagle with lightning, meaning Jupiter, pagan deities, basically. They brought their Roman uh, signs and stuff to the temple, which is an abomination. You can't do that. They weren't allowed to bring images of foreign gods anywhere near, um, not even in their city. And these Romans under Cestus Gallus got to the temple. He basically was about to conquer the temple, but he just went and left. But once this happened, Jerusalem was surrounded by this man named Cestus Gallus in 66 AD. And what ended up happening was he just turned around and left. And this ended up causing a Christian flight into a place called Pella, which was, if you read Matthew 24, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, um, no, not Matthew 21, actually Luke 21, where it talks about Jerusalem being surrounded by armies. He says, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. So he's talking to the first century Christians. He says, and when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is nigh. This is the same in Mark 13, Luke 21, and Matthew 24. It's the same conversation, just in different disciples wrote it. So you see Matthew 24, where it's the same thing as Luke 21:20 and Matthew 24 and 15, where Jesus says, when ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. So he's telling them, when those disciples in that first century, when they see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, flee into the mountains. And then he's saying, let them not come down from the house. He's basically saying, drop everything and run. Now you go to Mark 13, instead of saying the abomination of not Mark 13, you go to Luke 21, instead of saying the abomination of desolation, Luke says, and when you see Jerusalem compassed with armies, so you could kind of put two and two together. He says, then know that the desolation is nigh. So the abomination that he was talking about, that causes the desolation, because when an abomination is inside of Jerusalem, it causes Jerusalem to be desolated, or inside the temple. So you can put two and two together and see that when Jerusalem was compassed with armies is when the abomination was to be present, if that makes any sense. But and this, when Jerusalem was first surrounded in the first century, it, and the people who seen it were these disciples. When it first happened, it was under Cestus Gallus. He almost conquered the temple. He was close, and he brought his ensigns, his pagan ensigns, and his statues, and the pictures of a golden eagle with Nero under the eagle. So that's an abomination to the Jews. So that abomination was present, but after Cestus Gallus just magically turned around and left and didn't conquer the temple like he should have, the Christians' flight to Pella occurred, where they all just ran out of Jerusalem. And you'll see Eusebius, they quote Eusebius, which was like a third century, but you'll see the people of the church in Jerusalem were commanded by an oracle given by revelation before the war to those in the city who were worthy of it to depart and dwell in one of the cities of Perea, which they called Pella. To it those who believed on Christ traveled to Jerusalem, so that when holy men had gathered altogether, deserted the royal capital of the Jews and the whole land of Judea. So the holy people ran out of Jerusalem in the first century. So when Jesus was saying, then let them flee, those in Judea flee into the mountains, they fled into Pella. This occurred. This was fulfilled. They fled into Pella, and Pella is a mountainous region. It's a region surrounded by mountains. So literally, the first century Christians fled into the mountains, like he told them that they was going to do. That once they seen Jerusalem surrounded by armies the first time, but the second time it was surrounded by armies, which was when the temple in Jerusalem was surrounded by army, which was when Titus was the one who destroyed the temple for real. Cestus only circled it and didn't do anything and left, but Titus was the one who fulfilled the prophecy in 70 AD. And between 66 and 70 AD is 3.5 years. You also got there's also more, like the daily sacrifice was stopped in the first century. I have the source for that as well. The daily sacrifice that you see in Daniel was stopped in the first century in about 66 AD. So when it was stopped 3.5 years later, the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. So I don't know what the point of that, why I brought all this up, because I don't went up and forgot. But a lot of what's written, these prophecies, they have been fulfilled and they're recorded in history. And yeah, that's but I was gonna go through all of Daniel, Matthew 24, but I'm not gonna do that now. But I was going to go through all of Matthew 24 because some of the stuff in here is actually recorded in history as being fulfilled, not just in history, also recorded in the Bible. But that's gonna be for me later. We're on Isaiah. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, bro.
Absolutely, man. I
RPK
appreciate
2.0, you heard?
I appreciate you. All right.
Hold on.
I got one more, man.
Hold on. Can I add one more? Can I add one more verse to that?
Go ahead.
I just was
Go
gonna
ahead.
add something.
Are you gonna add to it, to the Isaiah, boss?
No, I was just gonna say, just the gathering, the regathering of Israel, that was talking to in Isaiah. You know, we could see it if we went down to verse 13. That was referring to, you know, Ephraim and the rest of the northern kingdom being back, and we all know when that was happening, right? So I don't want to say I don't understand, but it's really, the information is already out there when, the northern kingdom got back together with Judah, and then they all was together at the same time. I think people, because they read the Bible so broken up, sometimes they think it's happening in all these several different futuristic events, like where they're waiting for it to today, when the Bible actually shows it when you just read it in context.
It people say the lost tribes of Israel, like they still think the northern kingdom didn't come back, and because I didn't know about, I knew Judah was staying in the land when Jesus popped up, but who Paul was going to was those lost tribes of Israel. You read Paul's work, he talks about them. You say to the strangers of Israel, blah 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 blah. So they actually he was doing what's the Northern Kingdom actually came back. This wasn't
Right.
they knew where they were. They knew where the Northern
Northern
Kingdom was.
Kingdom came back, and we mentioned it, right? It's like we went a long way around this. You know me, because I'm the simplistic, right? We
Well,
went a
Isaiah,
long way around it. Acts chapter 2.
Isaiah 11 though, my brother is talking about the last gathering though, and the last gathering,
Okay.
yeah, the last gathering was going to happen around the judgment. Now I'm a let me finish the show.
Wait a minute. You talking about the same gathering that boss talking about, or a different?
No, I'm talking about the one.
Different
Yeah, I'm
one.
talking about the one Isaiah, was hitting on in Isaiah 11 and 12.
Uh huh.
Yeah, this will be the last gathering, and I'm gonna show like what's going on here. Once you go down to 15 and 16, it says, "And the Lord shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea. With his mighty wind shall he shake his hand over the river, and shall smite it in 7 streams, and shall make men go over dry shod. And there shall be an highway for the remnant of people, which shall be left from Assyria, like it was to Israel in the day that he came out of the land of Egypt." So what Isaiah is doing, he's taking you back into Exodus. So what this is a second.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, brother.
Okay.
Before you go any further with that, I want to read something. As a matter of fact, could you pull something up for me, Daryl? Because before you go further, I want you to read this too, because it might add to what you're saying.
What are you looking up?
Isaiah 19, 23 and 24 and 25.
23.
See, right here where it's talking about the highway coming out of Assyria, this is exactly what it's talking about. See, a lot of people, when I tell some of the other Israelite brothers that Egypt and Assyria will be joined with Israel in conglomerate, worshiping Yah, they laugh. And I'll be like, well, you must not have read this. Could you read that for me, Brother Darrell?
Yeah. In that day shall there be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Syrian shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. In that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt my people, and Assyria the work of my hands, and Israel mine inheritance.
Do you understand what they're saying, Brother Elvin?
Yeah, this is actually saying this is all spiritual what's going on, but it's just actually taking them through the second Exodus.
If we go up just a little bit further, you'll see where Egypt is going to have modems set up outside of Egypt for people who are coming to Egypt that say, "Here we serve Yah and none else."
Well, yeah, I don't take this literal though. I take this as the second Exodus language, which is spiritual. That's why I was going to go through Exodus 11, Isaiah 11 to show it. I don't take this. I don't take this as literally.
I know you don't take it as literal. I know you all the prophecies have been hence the RPK, but I'm just asking the questions to bring out the information.
Oh no, you good? Because I'm gonna show in Matthew 25 when this happened.
Yeah, that was Isaiah 19 is when the Assyrian army went into Egypt. If you read verse 1, you will see where the Lord went in on a swift cloud, and the Assyrian army. And then if you go into chapter 20, you will see who that Assyrian king was that went in and took over Egypt and destroyed Egypt.
It might be a fulfilled prophecy from when the old.
Yeah.
You're saying it's a fulfilled from the Old Testament. Okay.
Right. That was a fulfillment in the Old Testament
That's a
prophecy.
oh,
Did they
okay. It
all three all together serve Yah in the Old Testament? And if so, can you show me where that happened?
where what verse does it say they all three served?
Well,
Uh,
if
if
you look at what it's saying,
if you go
we
into
got to read the chapter. That's why I said we got to go up a
Yeah, I
little
gotta
right,
read the
further so you
chapter.
can
exactly,
see that this
exactly,
whole chapter is about Egypt
right.
is at this time in captivity. They're not
Well,
in their land. They're in captivity. And you'll
Women.
see that this whole chapter is about them being ransomed by Yah.
right. And that was the Assyrian army that went in and took over, that destroyed the Egyptians. If you go to chapter 20, let's go to chapter 20, and
Mhm.
you will see there, starting at verse 1, um, Tartan came unto Asshad when Sargon, the king of Assyria,
Oh, I see what he's
that's
saying.
when um, he went into Egypt and slayed the people. That whole chapter in chapter 20 shows where Sargon was went into Egypt.
It says that the king of
You
Assyria led away the
Yeah,
Egyptian prisoners, and he
exactly,
did so.
exactly.
Yeah,
And
it he
verse in
yeah.
chapter 19 describes how God went into Egypt. He rides on a swift cloud. If you go back to Isaiah 10, it'll show you, it will further explain that the Assyrian army is his
his arm,
yeah, exactly. Is his arm.
the work
So
of his hand. That's why he
it,
called them the work of his hand.
exactly,
He used
exactly,
them to beat up on
exactly,
Reason
Oh,
and
okay.
Pekah.
exactly, exactly.
He sent them to go holler at Tiglath. He used Assyria to whoop up on a lot of people.
Exactly, exactly.
But
So
this was
first,
when Assyria was Isaiah written before Assyria was before Assyria invaded. Well, it had to be written before Assyria invaded.
yeah, and
So okay,
It was written before, but
okay. So that's
right,
that,
if you
right,
that
see it's
right,
specifying that
exactly.
they're going to end up as a trifecta:
But
Israel,
it
Egypt,
also, go ahead.
and
Sorry about that.
Assyria, right?
Right, right.
So I want you to show me in scripture where those three were together serving Yah.
Well, can I show how Isaiah 11 was talking about the last gather?
Absolutely, absolutely. If
Go
it's
ahead,
something you
go
want
ahead.
to touch on Isaiah 11, absolutely.
you can share your screen.
That's what that's what this live is all about. Answering questions.
All right, because I didn't. Okay, before we finish with Isaiah 19ish,
Uh-huh.
Isaiah 11, right? This is talking about what's going on with Christ. If we follow like the New Testament, because we're talking about this stem of Jesse, and the branch should grow out of his roots, right? And if I go down to Isaiah 10, Isaiah 11 and 10, it says, "In that day there shall be a root of Jesse, which shall stand for an ensign of the people, and to it shall the Gentiles seek, and his rest shall be glorious." So if I go to Acts 15 and 17, it says that the residual man might seek after the Lord, and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, said the Lord, who doth all these things. So we got the
Amen.
Gentiles seeking after the Lord. So according, they're using Isaiah 11. This is their scripture that they're pulling from. So if Acts is talking about Christ, then Isaiah 11 has to be talking about Christ, because we got the
Mhm.
Gentiles seeking this root of Jesse. So if Isaiah 11 and 10 is talking about Christ, then Isaiah 11 and 11 and 11 and 12 got to be talking about Christ. So if Isaiah 11 and 12 got to be talking about Christ, 15 and 16 got to be talking about Christ also. And what they're doing, they're using the imagery about what happened to Egypt when they came out of Egypt, and he split the water for Egypt. So now he's splitting the water, or sorry, he's making a way for those remnant people again. He's in fact, this is what it says right here. He's gathering them all together, right? We all can agree that this is a gathering. And
Mhm.
I said the gathering was supposed to happen during or after the judgment. Well, let me just show you the imagery real fast. You got what happened in Egypt right here. The Lord shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea with his mighty wind, and we know that this will happen with the Red Sea, and smite it in the seven streams. In the seven streams, that's supposed to take you back until the mind of what happened in Torah, in the Garden of Eden and stuff, the streams that was in the Garden of Eden. And there shall be a highway for the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria. So now he's giving them a highway by striking something like the Egyptian sea and then walking through it, them going into the promised land. So now that's an Exodus passage. This is a Exodus passage, not the first Exodus, but the last Exodus. And once we go into the book of Zechariah, we see the same thing. We go to Zechariah. Let me find Zechariah real fast. And then we're going to go to the New Testament to show when this gathering happened. You go to Zechariah 14, I believe, when it said, I'm going to stand, look, right here, 14:2, for I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle. So we know this is a war. And the city shall be taken, and the house is rifled, and the women ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut off from the city. And then what's going to happen in verse 4? And his feet shall stand in that day upon Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem on the east, and the Mount of Olives shall cleave in the midst thereof toward the east and toward the west, and there shall be a great valley. So you got the Mount of Olives splitting apart, which is another Exodus motif, and half of the mountain shall remove toward the north and half of it toward the south. So they're splitting in two totally different directions. And when these mountains split in two totally different directions because of the war, what's going to happen? And ye shall flee to the valleys of the mountains, for the valley of the mountain shall reach into Azal. Yeah, ye shall flee like as ye fled from before the earthquake in the days. So he's telling them when the war happens, this is going to be your moment to flee. This is going to be your moment to take your second Exodus. And then what happened in Matthew 24? What did he tell them? When you see Jerusalem right here, 16, verse 15, when you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whosoever read it, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. That's the same thing he told them in Zechariah. Flee into the mountains. But notice they don't flee into the mountains until the destruction come and then the valleys break apart. Not literally breaking apart, but it's spiritually, and it's creating an exodus for them. And this actually happened in Matthew 25, verse number 23, I believe. Let me see here. Matthew 25, and let me pull it.
Was that war spiritual or
hold on. It's
well?
not. Well, I would say it's a literal war, but spiritual things is happening because of this literal war. So we go to Matthew 25 and 32. 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the angels with him, then he shall sit upon the throne of his glory. So we see in Matthew 24, the Son of Man coming right here, Matthew 24 and verse 32. No, 30. What is that? 30. And they shall see the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. We all preterists know this happens during the destruction of the temple. So in Matthew 25, during the destruction of the temple, what's happening? When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. That's the destruction of the temple. Verse 32. And before him shall be and before him shall be gathered all nations. That's the last gathering right there. There's no more prophesied gathering after this one. and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divided his sheep from his goats. So Christ is doing the separation during the destruction of the temple. So that last Exodus, where the people were gathering together, they was gathering together in mind, in body, as well as in reality. When they fled into the when they fled into the mountains for their second Exodus, and then they went into Pella and they branched out. So this last gathering cannot go past the destruction, or this last gathering cannot go past when the Son of Man came in his glory. This all happened together. He came in his glory, then all nations was gathered with him. So we can't you can't separate the gathering from the Son of Man coming in his glory. This all happened together. So we know if they didn't literally all people come gathering together, then we know Isaiah, who was speaking under the influence of the Holy Spirit, is not talking about them literally gathering. We gotta remember, and this is for the audience out there. We gotta remember that Christ said the law and the prophets was about loving the Father and loving your neighbor. Christ never said understand the history behind the law of the prophets, nor did he say take the law and prophets literal and want to see everything literally. He told them the law and the prophets have a spiritual aspect, which was love the Father and love your neighbor. So once we're reading the law and the prophets, it's got to piggyback off of either loving the Father or loving your neighbor. The last Exodus dealt with loving the Father and loving your neighbor. But anything else, like wanting to find something specifically in scriptures dealing with history, when Moses already said in Torah that all the prophets is going to get visions and parabolic language. He said all of them is going to get dark speeches and visions except him. So we can't look for literal stuff throughout the law and the prophets like that if Moses already told us it's all dark sayings.
Can I ask you a question, Brother Elvin?
Yes, sir.
How do you determine between which is literal and which is spiritual?
Oh, easy. New, 2 words. New Testament. That's it. The New Testament tells you what is literal and what is spiritual. That's why the Jews needed a Christ, the Messiah. That's why they needed a Holy Spirit. Because if they could take everything literal, the Holy Spirit would not have to teach them nothing. They needed to be taught. They had the law, they had the prophets, but they still needed to be taught what this stuff is about. I mean, and let me pull one for you real fast, my brother. If I go to Luke 24 in verse number 44 and 45, this is the Messiah words. And he said unto them, these are the word which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be fulfilled, which were written in the law of Moses and in the prophets and in the Psalms concerning me. Verse 45, then opened he their understanding that they might understand the scriptures. So even the disciples that was with him, they did not understand the scriptures. He even died and resurrected, and they still didn't understand the scriptures. So how can we understand the scriptures? Because they had the same literal scriptures, or probably worded differently, but you get what I'm saying, that we have. So if they're looking at it and taking everything at face value, Christ had to take that face value away from them because they didn't understand it. And that's what the Holy Spirit did. It took that face value from them. Now, perfect example, when they was having that council at Jerusalem in the book of Acts, and they quoted from the book of Amos. What Amos quoted, that definitely wasn't literal what was happening in that council. But James was able to quote it and say that what Amos was quoting, that's happening right now. because now they know what the true meaning of what the prophet said. So we can't come and look for literalism inside something that Christ, as well as the Holy Spirit, has already showed. These are spiritual aspects. Why are you guys looking at this stuff literal when it's spiritual? You got people looking for a literal gathering. Meanwhile, they already said we're gathering together in Christ. They wasn't all together in one big place, all in one big body, all in his house, or all in the desert with him. But yet, and still, it said we were still gathering in him just by hearing the gospel. They was gathering in him. Spiritual application, not literal application. So we can't go through Isaiah or any prophet really and look for literal stuff. And I say this, and then I'll be done. For example, it was told to Abraham that his descendants would go into a land not theirs and serve for 400 years. If that is literal, that has never happened because they never did anything for only 400 years. It was 215 and 215, which equals 430. Or you can just take it another way, just say 215, but it was never 400 literal years only. So the prophets wasn't looking like everything and saying, okay, this literally got to happen this literal way, or this is not a prophecy. They didn't do it like that. I mean, you can read the commentary from Philo, you can read the commentary from Josephus, you can read the Targums, you can read all of this stuff, and it shows you they wasn't taking this stuff as literal as someone in America in the 21st century take it. None of it. We're doing that. They didn't do that. And I'm done. I'm done. You can have it.
I would like to say something. I take some of it as literal, some of it's literal, some of it's spiritual, and I say it's hard to decide which, like, if I can find historical evidence for it and like history, then I don't say all of it's literal, spiritual and not literal, and then vice versa. I say that it's both spiritual and literal. So that's where me and Elvin disagree. But like like some things in the scriptures that's said to have that's supposed to happen, like people like when we say that the for all prophecies are fulfilled, all the first thing that come to your mind, a person's mind, when they hear that is like, show me Jesus's second coming, like show me the gathering, like today, like show me where this verse is fulfilled, show me where this verse is fulfilled. Now, as I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where a lot of these where, like Isaiah 11, that's why I didn't say anything, Isaiah 11 and yada yada yada.
What?
But I understand that Jesus said in Matthew 24, all these things shall be fulfilled in this generation. When he was talking about his second coming, when he was talking about the temple being destroyed, he said that generation would not pass away, which they have long passed. They're gone. He said that generation would not pass away till all these things be fulfilled. So you can safely say that his second coming and the destruction of the temple, which we know to have happened in their generation, because he said it would happen. But now, I'm gonna show you what made me a full preterist in the first place.
Well, can I let me clear let me clear real fast. And then you got it. Let me clear real fast. If I said that everything in the Bible was spiritual, I misquoted. I misstated that. My bad. It's some literal things in the Bible. What I meant by spiritual was you're not supposed to be reading it for the literal aspect. If it literally happened, Christ don't want you to read it for that. He's trying to get you to read it for the spiritual application. And that's what I meant. So everybody, it's some literal things that happen in the Bible, like the destruction of the temple and all that stuff. It's literal stuff. But when you're looking at the law and the prophets, you're supposed to be getting all the spiritual aspects out of it that you can, because once again, nobody really in the Bible that I can see was teaching to take this stuff as literal as we take it in the 21st century. I don't see nobody teaching that. And then I'm
Brother Elvin.
gonna cut my mic. Hold on, I'm cutting my mic
Wait,
off.
wait.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me
I
finish.
want.
I'm finished what I was going to
I
say.
just want to ask him a quick question. It doesn't take but a sentence answer. It's not gonna be long. When you say Bible, are you including the Tanakh?
All of it, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
And what I wanted to say is this too. My bad, because I'm simplistic. I'm kind of short to the point, right?
You
So,
tired too, bro?
nah, yeah, a little something. But when we was reading the Isaiah 11 and 12, and like Daryl, like brother Daryl, he's his history buff, right? So he wants to get all the historical evidence. He needs that concrete stuff.
Yeah.
And I
I
get it.
saved a
You know what I
very
mean?
special question for Daryl.
Demetrius, right? So, and I'm kind of like in between a Daryl and Elvin when it comes to that stuff, right? I'm like in between, right? I like to have that data. Like I like to have the foundation because I like to be like, yo, it was said and done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yo, from that perspective, not that I need that period point blank just to believe. You know what I mean? Somebody else just came in. Hold on, let me let them up on the stage too. Let me mute this individual. How you doing, sir? All right. All
Shalom,
right. So,
shalom, Jamaica. How you doing? How you doing?
It's
I'm
sun
good. I'm
time.
good. I'm blessed.
It's sun time, and he not from.
Oh, he is in Antarctica. The sun is up there with it.
Nah, I'm in Washington. Over in Washington.
Oh, okay.
cool. All right.
Yeah.
Give me one. All right. Give me 1 second. So basically, what I was saying is this: is I kind of try to get that hardcore evidence with it, right? And for most of the things that I've been able to research and stuff like that, I've found biblical as far as historical evidence for. Now, for that Isaiah 11 and stuff like that, now, just going over it with you guys just a little while ago, right? It immediately, reminded me of Acts 2. I mean, Pentecost. It immediately reminded me of that, right? And if we want to go into historical stuff, like which I probably know a little better, I know that approximately about 20, 30 years, I think it was like 20 or 30 years in the BC area after the Assyrians did what they did do, Israel returned back to the land at that time. Now, what I definitely got to go do, because I'm kind of tired and I ain't cross-reference it though, is just see was there another gathering of the Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom. I got to do the timestamp on that. I can't think of it right now. I got to go through my notes and stuff. If that correlates with that time, or it could have just been about when everybody was regathered at Pentecost and stuff like that. But I just want to say it's always in the Bible. Like not always, but it's mostly in the Bible when it happened. When things were fulfilled. Like some things, as Demetrius was bringing out earlier, some things was fulfilled within the story itself. Like you could just see it fulfilled. Like you can read one book, and then when you read the next book, oh snap! They talking about what they were just talking about in the prior book and stuff like that. So once we take ourselves out of it personally, once we take that personal self out of it, and we're reading from audience relevance perspective, that'll make it line up with history easier and other people and other situations easier. And that's all I basically wanted to say. That's all.
All right. Well, I'm gonna show you, Joe.
Real quick, Daryl, before you do, Ozmaker, you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Ozmaker. I'm from Washington. My boy Ricky D is the one that introduced me to the chat, and I guess he had a debate, I think about a year ago, with somebody who kind of turned him on to all things are fulfilled. So he's been kind of talking to me about it, but I still don't know where I'm at with it, So I'm just here listening and kind of seeing where everybody's at. So Yeah, I'm a believer. I believe in God and all other good stuff. I'm definitely a Christian and stuff like that. I just don't know what that really means, that everything's fulfilled. So I'm kind of curious what that all means, and what does that mean? How would one's faith change if that was, what this is true? Because to me, it's like, if Jesus died for our sins, and we're supposed to be waiting for the second coming, so I don't know what the point would be of spreading the gospel and having one be righteous and stuff like that if everything is already done. That's just how my mind thinks without doing any kind of research. So I'm not saying I'm not open to what you guys are saying, because obviously you've studied this to a point way beyond what I've studied. If you got Ricky to change his mind, that's crazy. That's good, because he is a guy who is just stuck on one thing, and to open him up, that's edifying. That's great. That's awesome. So that's kind of what I'm here to listen for.
All right. So I was making. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I got to jump in there for a second. So when you say what is the point of spreading the gospel or doing those things, like, are you sure that's the verbiage you really meant? Like, what is the point?
Yeah, that's not really my verbiage. What I meant. So you're right. Yeah, that's not the verbiage that I meant. So okay. So how do I put this?
I understand what he's talking about.
But I want him. I did that on purpose. No, I'm sorry, my bad. I want him to say what out of his own mouth, basically, because when you say what's the point, like, that, and where we come from, you could set yourself up for failure by saying something incorrect. Remember, we was just talking about that earlier, Darryl. Remember we were saying that? So I just wanted him to say exactly what he meant about it. Okay. If he could articulate it a little different.
All right. So what I meant was, if we're here on Earth, we're here in the world. It's the world and the word. So you're trying to spread the word, and you're against the world. So if all things are fulfilled, then to me it's like there's a lot of holes in Scripture where it comes to like promises, like a lot of empty promises. Like, some things to me have not been fulfilled. So if they already were fulfilled, why would I still be here? It's kind of what I'm saying. Like, why would we still be here? Why do I have to still suffer here on Earth if all things are fulfilled? I thought we would move on to something different. So that's kind of what I meant. And that's kind of what I meant.
Let me just say this. No, this is not. I'm not even going to bring it out in Scripture right now. So, all right, and never. I'm not exactly sure what you've been told it was going to be like, or what you read or understood from reading what it was going to be like. But let me just say, there's nowhere. I mean, there's a misunderstanding that people aren't going to die anymore on the planet Earth, right after Christ came back. It's a misunderstanding of that, and sin. Some people think that literal sin, like the doing of bad things, was going to cease to stop on planet Earth. And that is a misconception as well, right? We can go to Isaiah and show that, right? We can go to Isaiah and show that it's going to be a quote unquote sin and quote unquote death. Okay. So I don't know, beyond that. So people are bad and people are good. So this is where we start talking about that spiritual stuff, right? So it's a spiritual lesson that needs to be shown. It's a spiritual lesson that has to be acknowledged. We have to be better people here so that we can have the doors open for the next life, for the spiritual life, for the next realm, so to speak, right? We still spread the word and talk about God, because first and foremost, everybody, I'm pretty sure everybody on here could say that the Father, we must love the Father above all and any, right? I think all of us on here would agree to that, right? So that's the sole purpose, because all praises to him. Like, he deserves and shall get, at least from me, what his just due, like, first. I mean, and then the point of loving would create that atmosphere, that life that he actually wants for us, that he has for us, right? We can do that amongst each other and the so-called carnal or physical, basically. You know what I mean? So once we understand that and we live righteous You know what I mean? And we have plenty of guidelines on what righteous living would be about, right? Once we do that, you know what I mean? We set up shop for ourselves to go where we need to go and tabernacle, we like to say, with the Most High, to create that relationship with the Most High, to be with the Most High, to be guided by the Most High here and then afterwards, right? If you believe in it afterwards, right? So, and that's where it comes from. It's never been said that somebody is not going to kill somebody. Somebody is not going to, because once we start getting into the idiomatic language of the Bible, we start understanding death. When it says no more death or no more sin, right, being taken away, rather all these things being taken away, we'll understand that it was referring to the Mosaic covenant, like 90% of the time, right? Because that was the covenant of sin and death. So if we like, knowing definition and knowing words is great, right? Fantabalistic. I see I just made a word up, right? So we can do whatever we want to do with what the words are, but what do it mean to the speaker or the hearer? And we're not the speakers or the hearers right here, right now, right? We got to understand that. We got to understand the audience relevance of it, what they understood. So that's why we are big on studying their time frame and who and what they expected from listening. I mean, from learning and growing up in that atmosphere. So when we do that, I think I just said this maybe to Joe the other day, right? I'm pretty sure I did, but I'm gonna say it to you now, Ozmaker, right? So let's say right now we saw a young lady, right? And I said to you, yo, you see Shorty? Woof, she bad than a month, bro. I'm telling you, I'm about to bag that right now. Yo, she thicker than a Snicker. You smell me? You know what I meant, right?
Yeah.
Right. So now imagine 2,000 years from now, somebody somewhere else reading their dictionary, try to say what I just try to think of what I just said. Imagine that. Oh yeah, right now your eyes are open. Now they understand. We just read that scripture not too long ago, but boom, right? So that's what you got to understand. So when they were saying things like death and sin being taken away, sin and death was the Mosaic covenant. That was the idiomatic language for them. Like a lot of times when they was talking about heaven, like a lot of people look to the sky, but it was talking about the temple. You feel me? And earth is a mistranslation all through the Bible when 90% of the time it's talking about land, and other times it's just talking about the people as well. But the land, you feel me? So once we understand the idiomatic language that's being spoken of throughout the Bible in the Hebrew culture, you know what I mean? Then we'll understand what it's really saying. And then you'll be like, oh, they didn't expect what you expect right now. They expected something different, and they got it. That's the beautiful thing. You know what I mean? So once we can understand what they understood and the way that they understood by studying the leftover verbiage of their time, you know what I mean? And then we want to cross-reference their stuff even with their enemies' literature. We'd be like, so what did their enemies even think of what they thought? Were they on the same page? And then we can even line up the enemies' leftover literature with theirs and know what they're saying. And that's the kind of path that we're on, that we've been doing. And this is how we can safely say and believe what we're saying and what we believe. And my bad, I'm gonna humble up and I'm gonna let somebody else take that out. I'm about to go actually make my coffee. I'll be right back.
All right. This is gonna be my last thing I'm gonna say, because Oddsmaker, I see where you're coming from, because I was in the same position same as Joe. If where you guys you thinking that the world was supposed to end when Jesus returned, and stuff like that.
No, that's not what I think.
No, well, like, we're not supposed to be here when if the second coming happened, stuff like that. What got me into full preterism without me knowing, because I didn't know what I didn't really I understood what I was reading, but I didn't know what it meant. Is It's a right. It's a historical document by the name of a man named Flavius Josephus wrote it. Who Flavius Josephus is, because I'm gonna have to explain it for Oddsmaker. He's a Jew of the first century. When he was born, 7 years, 4 to 7 years after Jesus was crucified. So this is a real deal Jew from the first century, the one that we know is the real deal. And he wrote a couple of books. One of them is Antiquities of Jews, which he wrote about his people's history. He was Josephus was a Levite, and he knew the history of his people. Um, he wrote Antiquities of the Jews, which is their past history, and then he wrote Wars of the Jews, which is from when Rome, when the Romans and Jews were warring against each other, and from there the war ended in about 70 to 73 A.D., which is what us predators. That's where we center our from Jesus's time. Well, from 70 A.D. to before is where we center our our um are what we believe basically. But I'm gonna show you what this Jew from the first century wrote about what was going in Jerusalem, and in surrounding country, and it's some crazy stuff. And this is what I wanted to find this in the scripture, what was going on, and a lot of it lines up with some of the stuff in Revelation, and but let me see. Oh, what his name just left. I'm not gonna be able to share the screen. Ay ay ay. Oh wait, no, there it is. Whoever did that. Um, but this is Flavius Josephus' work, "The Wars of the Jews." So he wrote this. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you the dates, the year. Um, so let me see. Thus, I'm gonna give you the background too. Thus were the miserable people persuaded by these deceivers. Now, these miserable people were the Jews, and these deceivers were zealots who were also Jews, but they was like a band of robbers running around killing each of the Jews. So it was a civil war basically going on in Jerusalem at the time. This dating is about 66 AD, before the Roman Judean War, which ended in 70 AD. So 4 years before the war, this was going on. And he says the miserable people was persuaded by these deceivers. The zealots had they set up false prophets inside of Jerusalem, and the people was starving and dying, and a lot of bad stuff was happening. So they were being led away from by false prophets, and such as bellied God Himself. While they did not attend nor give credit to the signs that were so evident and did so plainly foretell their future desolation, but like men infatuated without either eyes to see or minds to consider, did not regard the denunciations that God made to them. So Josephus, what he's about to do, he's about to list the signs that these miserable people were falling for. These that they were seeing but didn't understand what was going on. He goes to say, thus there was a star resembling a sword which stood over the city, he's talking about Jerusalem, and a comet that continued a whole year. Now imagine that over Jerusalem is a star that looks like a sword, and it stayed in a comet, which is a falling star, that stayed over Jerusalem for a whole year. Now imagine that in your mind. He says, thus also before the Jews' rebellion, which was before 66 AD, and a little bit before, about 60 to 65 AD. So that's the dating. Thus also before the Jews' rebellion and before those commotions which preceded the war, when the people were coming great crowds to the feast of unleavened bread. So this was on a feast day that this next sign he's about to mention has occurred. He says, on the 8th day of the month Xanthicus, which is Nisan in Greek, I believe, and at the ninth hour of the night, so this is nighttime, so great a light shone around the altar and the holy house that it appeared to be bright daytime. So at the middle of the night, a huge light came out from the sky and lit up the temple. And so it was so bright that it appeared to be bright daytime, and it lasted for half an hour. This light seemed to be a good sign to the unskillful, but was so interpreted by the sacred scribes as to pretend those events that followed immediately upon it. So the sacred scribes knew this was this was scripture. Something bad was about to happen in Jerusalem, which that bad thing was when the Romans came and sacked Jerusalem and destroyed it in 70 AD. You keep reading. At the same festival also, a heifer, as she was led by the high priest to be sacrificed, brought forth a lamb in the midst of the temple. Now that's just weird. So a cow gave birth to a lamb in the middle of the temple, which if you think about what that would represent is basically the sacrifices don't work any the calf sacrifices don't work anymore, and now the lamb sacrifice is what works. Jesus is the lamb, you know. So now the Old Testament is a sign. The Old Testament is going away, and the New Testament is being placed through the sacrifice that's the only sacrifice that's required that can be accepted is the lamb sacrifice, which is Christ, basically. Moreover, the eastern gate of the inner court of the temple, which was of brass and vastly heavy, and had been with difficulty shut by 20 men. So it took 20 men to close this gate, and rested upon a basis armed with iron, and had bolts fastened deep into the firm floor. So this was a gate that no one man could move. It took 20 people, which was there made of one entire stone, was seen to be opened of its own accord about the 6th hour of the night. So somebody went, moved this huge behind gate in the middle of the night and did not awake any of the. He's going to say it. Now, those that kept watch in the temple came hereupon running to the captain of the temple and told him of it, who then came up there and not without great difficulty was able to shut the gate. Was able to shut the gate again. This also appeared to the vulgar to be a very happy prodigy. So the vulgar Judean people, they thought it was a good thing, as if God did thereby open them the gate of happiness. But the men of learning, the smart, these are the disciples of Christ, these are the smart people, they understood that the security of their holy house was dissolved of its own accord, and that the gate was open for the advantage of their enemies, which ended up being the Romans, who went into the temple and destroyed it. So it was a future prophecy. It was a sign to those Jews living at that time, which was in 66 AD, around 60 to 66 AD. So these publicly declared that the signal foreshadowed the desolation that was coming upon them. So these wise men told everyone, they were going around telling people, this is a sign of the future desolation of Jerusalem, which we know Jesus was prophesying about in Matthew 24. You keep going. Besides these, a few days after that feast, on the 1 and 20th day of the month Artemidius, a certain prodigious and incredible phenomenon appeared. I suppose the account of it would seem to be a fable, were it not related by those that saw it, and were not the events that followed it of so considerable a nature as to deserve such signals. So he's about to spit something insane that happened in that first century time, in 60, somewhere in 60 to 66 AD. He says, for before sunsetting, chariots and troops of soldiers in their armor were seen running among the clouds and surrounding of cities. He's talking about they surrounded all of Jerusalem and the cities within Jerusalem, the cities of Judea. So they seen chariots in the clouds surrounding Judea. Now, if that don't ring some bells for you, if you read these verses about the chariots, the Son of Man coming with chariots, chariot, and I'm gonna keep reading. That should ring some bells for you. Now, this was fulfilled. This happened in the first century. Moreover, at that feast which we call Pentecost, as the priests were going by night into the inner court of the temple, as their custom was, to perform their sacred ministrations, they said in the first place they felt a quaking. So the temple shook, which, if you don't know about how the temple was built, it was built so that it does not shake. But the temple shook, and they heard a great noise, and after that they heard the sound as of a great multitude, saying, let us remove hence. Now, if you don't understand what's going on, priests went inside the temple, they felt an earthquake, or a very big shaking, and they heard a great noise, and then they heard the sound of a great multitude, which if you read the scriptures, whenever the Father, whenever he's speaking, it's either the sound of a trumpet, the sound of a loud trumpet, or either the Father or the Son. I don't know, and I you could take your pick, but it either says that this deity has the sound of a great multitude, or the sound of a loud trumpet. And you'll see it said this entity said, let us remove hence, which is this entity saying, let us remove from the temple. So God or the Son, either one of them you could pick, left the temple, is what happened in the first century. And then you go, actually, this is not only the recording. So this was a Jew that recorded it. Now this is a Roman by the name of Tacitus. He was born in the first century as well, just like Josephus, and he's a Roman historian. So this is a pagan. This guy was a Judean, a real Jew. This guy was a pagan Roman. He was born in 56 AD. So, and he died in 120. So the Roman Judean War occurred in 70 AD. So when he was 14 years old, when the Roman Judean War occurred. So he knew what Jews looked like. He's seen them, and yada yada yada. Rome was warring with them. So he goes on to say about Judea in his book Histories. He has a book called Histories. Prodigies had occurred, but their expiation by the offering of victims or solemn vows is held to be unlawful by a nation which is the slave of superstition and the enemy of true belief. So he's basically he's slapping the Jews as being superstitious, because these are Romans. They don't care about the laws of Moses, and yeah, he just called them superstitious. But what he says is, by their expiation by the offerings of victims or solemn vows. This is the stopping of the sacrifices that's mentioned in Daniel, that you see all, and this is also recorded in Flavius Josephus's work, because they stopped the sacrifices. But let's keep going. He goes on to say, in the sky appeared a vision of armies in conflict, of glittering armor. A sudden lightning flash from the clouds lit up the temple. The doors of the holy place abruptly opened. A superhuman voice was heard to declare that the gods were leaving it. He says gods because he's a pagan Roman. And in the same instant came the rushing tumult of their departure. All this happened in Jerusalem in the first century. And he says Judea right here. All that crazy stuff was going on in Jerusalem in the first century. And then Josephus continues. He says, there was a man, but what is still more terrible, there was one Jesus, the son of Ananus. So this man's name was Jesus the son of Ananus, a plebeian and a husbandman, who 4 years before the war began, so way before the war began, and at a time when the city was in very great peace and prosperity, he came to the feast whereon it is our custom for everyone to make tabernacles to God in the temple. So this is the Feast of Tabernacles. And he began on a sudden to cry aloud, a voice from the east, a voice from the west, a voice from the four winds. You see this actually in Revelation when that angel comes and says a voice from the woe, woe to Jerusalem, woe, woe to the four winds of heaven, yada, yada, yada. He says a voice against Jerusalem and the holy house, 4 years before Jerusalem was destroyed. A voice against the bridegroom and the bride, which is the men and the women, and a voice against this whole people, which is the Jews in Jerusalem. He said this was his cry, so he cried this out as he went by day and night in all the lanes of the city. However, certain of the most eminent among the populace had great indignation at this dire cry here. So they hated him for crying this Jesus, the son of Ananus. And they took they took this Jesus up and gave him a great number of severe stripes. Now, you got to think, who else did they take up and give a great number of severe stripes? Jesus the Christ. And it's weird that this guy's first name was the same Jesus. If you catch my drift, it goes on to say, yet did not he either say anything for himself or anything peculiar to those that chastised him. Who else was quiet when they were getting whipped with whipped by the people who were whipping him? You see where, if you see where I'm going with this, but still went on. Was it a lamb as a lamb led to the slaughter, where Jesus's mouth was cleaved to the roof of his mouth because he stopped talking basically. But let's keep going. But still went on with the same words which he cried before. So this man was saying the same thing while he was getting whipped over and over again. Woe, woe to Jerusalem. It says, hereupon our rulers, supposing as the case proved to be that this was some sort of divine fury in the man. So they said that this man was possessed by a divine spirit.
Yo, Daryl,
What's up?
did it say he was crying out when he was getting whooped?
Yeah, he not crying out. He was crying out, woe, woe to Jerusalem. He was saying the same thing that he was screaming the whole time he was before they took him up. He was saying, a voice from the east, a voice from the west, a voice from the four winds, a voice against Jerusalem and its holy house. And that's all he said for his whole life, actually, basically.
Were
And
you referencing that to Isaiah 53?
it I don't know if Isaiah 53.
I'm just asking.
I was referencing it to
Like the lamb led to the slaughter, yet he opened out his mouth. Isaiah 53.
that was for Jesus. That was for Jesus the Christ. But this man, when they was whipping him, he didn't cry out anything. Let me see, where is this at? He didn't say anything for himself. He was just saying, "Woe, woe to Jerusalem," constantly. But let me see. You'll see what I'm gonna show you exactly what I mean. Where this man was, he was basically a sign that like how these same people who crucified Jesus, they had to deal with this Jesus, the son of Ananias, because Jesus, the son of Ananias, he popped up 30 years later after Christ was crucified. So those people that crucified him were still alive, and they seen this man and they dealt with him. It says, let me see.
Do you know what year Christ was crucified?
Yeah, 33 AD. This Jesus, the son of Ananias, came
He
about
was crucified in 33 AD?
30 to 33. Some people say 30, some people say 33, but it's in that range. 100%.
I gotta
Yeah.
ask you a question.
What's up?
So 30 to 33 AD is when he was crucified.
Yeah, in that range, yeah.
During the reign of Tiberius Caesar.
Yeah. Was it Tiberius? Yeah, I think it was Tiberius.
Yeah, he reigned from 14 AD to 37 AD. Luke chapter 3, verse 1.
Okay.
Crazy thing is, pull up Luke chapter 3, verse 1 on your screen. Because you're a historian.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a question that I saved specially for you because I know I'm impressed with your ability to dabble in history the way you do. You're 23 years old, man. When I was 23, I told you I was chasing skirts. I was in the military. I had been in prison. You know, bunch of stuff. So I commend you, young man. But Luke chapter 3, right? So can you pull up another tab, save that tab, and pull up another tab on your screen in your Google?
Yeah.
And type in the reign of Tiberius Caesar.
I heard of Tiberius.
He was a real dude.
Yeah, 100%. He reigned through Jesus'
From 14 AD to 37 AD, right?
Yeah.
So 15 years into his reign would be what, 29 AD, right?
Yeah.
All right, so now I'll go back to Luke chapter 3 on your other screen.
What's up? I'm on it.
All right. Read the first sentence in verse 1 for me. It should say in the 15th, now in the 15th.
Now in the 15th year, the reign of Tiberius Caesar, Pontius Pilate being governor of Judea, and Herod being tetrarch of Galilee, and his brother Philip, tetrarch of Iturea, and of the region of Trachonitis, and Licinius. And
hold on 1 second. You see how it says Herod is alive?
Yeah.
Is that Herod Antipas or Herod the Great?
That's not Herod. It's not Herod the Great. I don't believe.
It's
I
not
don't. I
Herod
don't.
the Great
Let me
because
see.
Herod the Great wasn't alive.
Yeah. Let me see. Herod being Tetrarch of Galilee. When
Herod
was
Antipas.
Herod the Great? Let me see. Let me check Herod the Great real quick.
Herod
It
the
was
Great died in 4 BC.
okay. Yeah. So that's not Herod the Great.
That's Herod
So
Antipas.
it's one of his.
Yeah, that's Herod Antipas.
One of Ant. Ant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right.
So
Yeah.
now
Wait.
go to verse 23.
All right.
Now, that first sentence says Jesus himself began to be about 30, right?
Yeah.
So that correlates him being 3 years away from, because it's 29 AD plus 3 years would be 32, 33 AD, somewhere up in there, right?
Yeah.
So that clarifies that 33 AD would be a viable a year for his death. But this is the kicker. Luke chapter 2 shoots that in the foot. Because in Luke chapter 2, before we even read that, I'm going to ask you, how many children did Mary have?
I know Jesus had a couple brothers.
But those were Joseph's sons.
Yeah.
How many children did Mary have?
Was it? I don't know.
Just Jesus.
It was
That was it.
Jesus.
That was it.
No, you mean by herself?
No, how many children did she have? Period. Just Jesus. She didn't
No, no,
have any
no.
other children.
What his name? He had a couple brothers.
Those are Joseph's other sons.
Where does it say that at?
Mary wasn't his first wife. James is the brother of Jesus. Mary didn't have it. James was older than Jesus, so Mary couldn't have been his mother.
James is older than Jesus?
Mary couldn't have been his mother.
I don't think James is older than Jesus. I think Jesus was the firstborn,
And then she had James,
and then
and
she
then
had James who was it? Just I don't remember who the other one was. It was another one.
so how
But
much older than James was Jesus? Was he 6 years older?
I'm not saying
Maybe.
I'm not saying he was older. I'm saying Jesus was older than James. I
That's
don't
what I'm
know.
saying. How many years older than James was
I
Jesus?
have no idea. It doesn't.
Because this is the kicker. Because see, in
What's up?
Luke chapter 2, if you'll pull that up on your screen,
I got it.
all right, that other tab where you had the reign of Tiberius Caesar, go to that tab, erase that bar, and type in the great tax of Judea.
Which tab was it?
The tab that you have with the reign of Tiberius Caesar,
Oh,
on that one, pull up the great tax of Judea. On the tab that you had Luke chapter 3, pull up Luke chapter 2. Everybody else, if you got your book, you can look at, or you can look at the screen. It's right there on the screen.
I was the census, right?
That was the census, yeah. Great tax of Judea.
The
Quirinius
census
Caesar.
of Quirinius. Yeah.
All right, so we got that up. What year does it say that happened?
It says 6 CE.
6 AD or CE, common era,
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
thing, right? All right, so if that's Jesus, then in 29 AD he will be 23. So that can't be Jesus, right?
29 AD.
Would be 23 years from 6 AD.
Hold on. Let me process.
29, 26 plus 3 is 29.
Okay.
So
What
6 AD plus 23 more years would be 29 AD.
but what are you trying to say? I'm
Well,
confused.
no, this is what I'm saying. We haven't got to the point yet, right? So,
Okay. Okay, I understand the 26. I mean the 6 plus
all right, so
23.
that can't be Jesus, right? Because this is saying in Luke chapter 2 that it was the great tax of Judea, Mary was still pregnant.
Let me see.
Mary was still great with child when Joseph took her to Judea to be taxed.
Yeah, let me see. Being
It
great
didn't
with
say
child. So
Jesus. It didn't say Jesus was what. At this time, he would have been maybe 6, if he was born already, he would be 6 in order to be uh dead in 33 AD.
Let me see. I see what you mean.
You see, it just says Joseph and Mary. They don't even say they took Jesus with them. So either that's Jesus in her belly, or Mary had another child, right?
That's Jesus in her belly, but
But
wait,
that's 6
oh wait,
AD.
wait. Let me see. All went to be taxed, and Joseph went out to Galilee, being with child, and she brought forth her firstborn son. That's Jesus. Her,
Okay, so 6
yeah,
AD, she just had Jesus in 6 AD. So in 29 AD, he would have been 23, not 33.
26 AD.
Plus 23
He would have
would
been
be
20.
29. He would have been 23 years old.
Okay, I got a question. What's going on here?
What?
Okay.
Hold up. I'm gonna address that, but I wanted to finish the words of the Jews, and I'm gonna actually let's make that a video. What I'm gonna call it for the next one because it's about to be 11:30.
Right. Let's do it
All
on
right,
the next one.
But I'm a
all right, all right, all right. No problem, no problem, no problem.
yeah, write it in the group chat. I'm gonna finish this last thing, but yeah, they whipped this Jesus, the son of out. They whipped him till his bones were laid bare. If that sounds familiar, it should sound familiar. They deemed him as a madman too, which they did that to Jesus, the Christ, as well. And he didn't make any supplication for himself, nor did he shed any tear. I mean, that's exactly, that's what Jesus did. But turning to his voice to the most lamentable tone possible, at every stroke of the whip, his answer was, "Woe, woe to Jerusalem," which is what you see in Revelation when the the woes, and yada yada yada, and to the mystery Babylon the Great, which I said was Jerusalem. And he goes on to say, and when Albinus, for he was our procurator at the time, you can look up Albinus, when he reigned as procurator, like Pilate was procurator or governor. I forgot, procurator, I think he was. He says, Albinus asked this Jesus, the son of Ananus, he asked him who he was and whence he came. Didn't Pilate ask Jesus Christ them same questions, who he was and where he came from? This is all this is going on in Jerusalem in front of the same people who crucified Jesus the Christ. So you got to see what I'm seeing is what's going on and why he uttered such words. He made no manner of reply to what he said, but still did not leave off his melancholy ditty. So he kept saying, "Woe, just Jesus, the son of Ananus," just kept screaming, "Woe, woe to Jerusalem," till Albinus took him to be a madman and dismissed him. Pilate dismissed Jesus as well because he washed his hands. He was like, "I'm not going to deal with him." So you see what's going on. Now, during all the time that passed before the war began, this man did not go near any of the citizens, nor was he seen by them while he said so, while he was screaming what he was screaming. But he every day uttered these lamentable words as if it was his premeditated vow. Woe, woe to Jerusalem. Nor did he give ill words to any of those that beat him every day, nor good words to those that gave him food. But this was his reply to all men, and indeed no other than a melancholy presage of what was to come. So this man was prophesying. This Jesus is the son of Ananus. He was prophesying before the war even began. And this was his cry. His cry of his was the loudest at the festivals, go figure, at the feast days, and he continued this ditty for 7 years and 5 months without growing hoarse or being tired therewith, until the very time that he saw his presage in earnest fulfilled in our siege, which was the Roman Judean siege upon Jerusalem, when it ceased. For as he was going round upon the wall, he cried out with his utmost force, "Woe, woe to woe, woe to the city again, and to the people, and to the holy house." And just as he added the last, "Woe, woe to myself also," there came a stone out of one of the engines, which is a catapult, and it smote him and killed him immediately. And as he was uttering the very same presage, he gave up the ghost. He died, basically. So all this crazy stuff all of it was happening in the 1st century. All the chariots being seen in the clouds, fiery, and then you read Tacitus, fiery chariots of glittering armor. That's what it says, glittering armor. But that's fiery. That's light.
Whoa, would you say that is life, or you said light?
Light coming off of these chariots in the clouds that they saw hovering over Jerusalem, and all that crazy stuff. So that's what, when I read that, I was like, why does that sound like something like Revelation? Why does that sound like chariots in the clouds, where chariots coming with yada yada yada? And I'm not saying that that's what it is.
That's what it is.
I'm not saying that because I'm not sure, but that sound like what I've been looking for. And I wasn't looking for it at the time. I was just reading Josephus because I wanted to know all about the Jews. But that right there, that's some end time prophecy stuff right there. That's what made me go, is Revelation already fulfilled?
Yeah,
that's what made me first think that. But that's what I wanted to share.
No doubt, we appreciate that. Yo, but hold up, let me chime in here, right? I got a couple reasons why I'm chiming in. I just looked at it, right? We've been on here like 5 hours.
5 hours, yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to upload this to YouTube. We've been
right.
Word.
You can break it up.
I'm gonna try though. I'm gonna try. So this is what I want to do right here, yo, because you know how we do though. Us on the phone, Joe, know what I mean, Daryl, Elvin, like all of RPK period. Like when we get on here, like we go. I'm gonna keep it real. Like I want to be able to.
Gentlemen, my phone is like running down to the max because I'm trying to do 2 things at one time. So do you guys mind if I bow out gracefully right now?
No, go do your thing, because I'm about to stop this so I can hopefully download it and see if I can upload it. And we're gonna pick this off. I'm gonna schedule a day with everybody so we can do part 2 to this day, man.
I bet. And we're
gonna definitely want to do that.
We're gonna come up with a good time limit and just like 3 questions.
Yeah, like 3 hour time limit next time.
3 hour time limit, yeah.
But Elvin already know I only like hour. But I can't get just an hour ever.
Hey,
but, yo,
I love y'all brothers and I respect y'all.
You know I love you too, bro. You already know. You heard
the dialogue.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna try to reach out to the odds maker. I think that was his name.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to reach out to him. He's still in there?
No, he's in the chat though. He's in the WhatsApp chat. So.
Okay then. Well, yeah. I'm gonna reach out to him and stuff because I debated Mike, and Mike was the one who brought him on. So I want to throw a little bit more ideas to the brother also. But thank y'all for
Hey, but Daryl.
Yeah.
I'm gonna finish that because what I was going to ask you next, it was actually all of this led up to one question that I was going to ask. Towards one of these things, but we can get to it another time.
Yeah.
I'm finna bow out, y'all. And
so we can do a whole thing on that if we want to. That could be the whole thing. All right.
Elvin.
I mean, so yeah, I want to try to get this. Not trying to be fun. I'm trying to get this done. You know what I mean? So that I can see if I can upload it though. Just to be honest, yo, we want to thank everybody for watching the channel. You know what I mean? Subscribe, like, share. RPK in the building. You heard me? No, let me stop. But we out though. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Yeah.